So this is going to be a little bit different format than it usually is, and that's all right. I'm going to talk a little bit and then play some music, that kind of shit. Hash, don't worry about it. So, oh man, I got some good shit today. I got 5 bricks. And, yeah, man, I still got, that shake and bake from last month. Got 2 bags of that, so I gotta make some chocolate when it cools down. It's supposed to rain, so... Yeah, man. I don't see it being much longer. I don't see it going past April. For humans on Earth, without the end coming. 13.8 billion years. Fuck it, let's round up. Let's give or take 0.2 billion, right? It says in the Bible, if the Lord did not speed up time, nobody would make it out alive. That's what it says. If it weren't for the speeding up of time. What? He could, easily. Because he's at the end right now, waiting. He'll come halfway. But if he has to come 3/4 of the way, he can do that too. He just won't be as nice. And if he has to come all the way, well, then he's not going to be nice at all. He's going to Sodom and Gomorrah this whole fucking place. And you'll learn your place in the universe beneath him who formed you. Not me. I was formed in my mother's womb. I am a son of man. I was born of man. What happened there is your own fault for programming. You're trying to. There's always one. One Neo. You know what I mean? There's always one. There always is. Yeah, while everybody else goes, oh yeah, sure, that makes a lot of sense. Like, it does make sense, but... Yes. I got something that'll blow your tits off. No, we've already got that solved. No, you don't. You think you do. We've got most of it figured out. That's what I'm saying. That's why you don't. That's where you fail. A little part where you don't have. We're not trying to almost recreate everything. We're trying to create everything, right? See, everything that you guys do, there's nothing new. Everything science does is to figure out how shit's already working and then slap a law. Aren't we glad they put a constant on light? It helps your measurements. But what the fuck is the light doing? 4 million light years away from you, where it's still going. You don't know. You don't know once the carbon hits past the last dating thing that you guys, the oldest thing you guys did. That thing will be the marker. You understand? That'll be the marker. When it drifts further back in time, then you can actually observe what happens to carbon. Yeah, keep an eye on it and so I can see the data and watch the data. See if it actually declines at a steady rate. Over 1,000 years. That's right, we're not going to make it 1,000 years. So you can just make up whatever you want. Entropy, there's no God, Big Bang. Things that are eternal have no beginning, have no end. I don't know why you guys have why that's so hard. If the universe is eternal, that means it never ends. So that means entropy cannot happen. And if it does, something went askew, and this universe will swallow itself in entropy like it deserves. And God will keep, this will be like this will be a bullshit strand. This whole thing that you guys have been living will be a bullshit strand. A dead end in God's multi-choose your own adventure. Just like lightning. How lightning fucking, it's like, I found a path, and you see like a branch go off, and like, no, it didn't. That's you. While the full front of the storm and the bolt of the lightning keeps going, following the leader. As he fucking pursuantly and cautiously finds his way and winds his way down to the ground at the most easy fucking way. That's his job. It's like a fucking pinball, like a Plinko. He's trying to find his best way from there to the fucking ground that's attracting it. Once he gets a connection, lightning. Well, that explains how. It doesn't explain why. And you don't have it. Even if you figure out how to do that, you're still just mimicking God, and you don't know what that does. When you're seeding the clouds, you don't know what that does. It pulls moisture from where? You guys might be causing, with your weather manipulation, the starvation in Africa, the drying up, all that shit. I don't know. I wasn't around back then, so I don't know why they would fight over a patch of dirt. But if that whole thing was like a very nice, lush land, the promised land, if you washed away all the sand, I mean, we need another flood. We didn't have to be as dramatic. But then it would wash away all the sand, and then you could grow again. But it'd be a huge, like, sink it over and really rinse and repeat type flood. I could see how they would say the waters under the waters rose, because there's a river, and it was in Texas. Yeah, this guy was filming during the to show how fast the water rises, and so it's going under the stream. When the stream that's going went, and then all of a sudden, like, it gets a little bit wider, gets a bit wider, and it starts getting fucking wider, and it starts it just keeps pushing trees and shit out of the way. It's just fucking, now it's a fucking river. A little bit of time, then it'll go back to being a stream. This big gulp of water is going down the throat. And it just spills over the land because that's the easiest thing for it to do. And wrap around shit and go to where it's going. Sorry. Hey man, I just go with the flow. I'm just going with the flow. I'm sorry. I was resting. And then I got pushed over here. I don't even know I'm here. Sorry. This is my job. Universal solvent. Washes dirt away. Makes everything new. Have you checked the bathroom? The bathtub? She sleeps there sometimes. Hey everybody, where did Mary go? Where did Mary go? Where's my only cigarette? Maybe she swam away. I mean, but she'd have to be like a fish, or at least dressed like one, right? Am I right or am I right? Or am I right? Bingo. You don't know his Ned the Head, Ned Ryerson. Bingo again. Do you have insurance? Because if you do, you can always use a little more. Am I right? Or am I right? Am I right? Or am I right? You got insurance? You got insurance? You got assurance? You got assurance? Not just insurance. Do you have assurance? Wireless plan? If you're poor, man, it's the way to go. So my phone is. What can I say? I'm going to try to get off the dole. I'm going to try Spectrum for a year. They're giving a year free. And so I'm going to be giving it a test, and I'll keep that line open. I'll probably ask for a new number, so I could just have a totally different, like a clean break from that whole fucking thing. The people that need it, that contact me, will get my phone number. I don't want to get my fucking answering machine. It'll just stay here. I'll turn the ringer up on it for a change, baby, if I feel like it. I'll just get back to you when I get back to you. I'm living my life, dude. I got music to play and stuff like that. It's just too hot right now. I'm about to sweat just sitting here. I want to turn my shirt off, which I will be doing, but certain things to do in company that, you just don't do. And black's not doing me any favor. I wish I could find my muscle shirt, because that thing is just light as fuck. I love hash, man. It's such a mellow fucking dope high. And it takes control. Whatever the fuck you're on, it takes control. It's like, fuck you. I'm old school hash, bitch. Where's it at? Yeah. Boom. I like the packaging. I like the way this is like thing and it seals like that. Because when you're done, you got a fucking box. You know what I mean? Well, it's got lining in it too. If you don't need the fucking lining, you can just use it for a stash box, and it locks. Perfect for taking on the bus, man, because it won't spill. Even if you hit one, you have to hit both of them, or it won't open up. So you have to purposely be doing this to get it to open. Otherwise, you're just doing random assortments of, not that, pushing it down one at a time, pushing both, but you'd have to, like, it doesn't like spring open as soon as you do. I like that. And it's got the sticky on there from the thing. I like that too, because you can stick it there. Stick them up. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. I see what Steve-O does that. Yeah, dude. Gnarly. Oh, it's good hash. Don't you do that to me. You know I get a rash when you go out to pee. Should be a song. Go out to pee. You know something's wrong when I go out to pee. Just the name of the song. And go out to pee. I could do this all day long, but I gotta go out to pee. Cause I got I'm just saying you end your rap, end your bars with. Entropy. End. Trophy. Endentropy. Endentropy. I like the endentropy. It's the cessation of entropy. The cease and desist and the whisper silence. You ever think that? Like this whole thing, like all the conflict and stuff, you know what it is? It's God just needing like a good, hard sleep. Like he took like those days and now everything's done. So it's got it real. You just gotta lay down, go to sleep and enjoy it himself. He already knows what you're gonna say. He already knows what you're gonna do. He's done it before. Been there, done that. He's got a t-shirt for it. World's greatest father. World's only father. With a capital F. I'll get God a shirt like that. He wouldn't wear it, but he'd probably take it out and go, yeah, I am. You know what I mean? Yeah, I am. It's just nice to remind yourself every now and again. Stretch the fucking wind. Oh man, I forgot about I can do the shuck and jive, Instead of stretch things out. That's what I've been doing here recently, like biking and shit, just getting things moving. Standing up and doing that fucking, going uphill and shit. And getting my exercise in. I'm not eating a ton, but it's coming off. It's coming off fast, dude. It's just dropping fast. It's gonna be, I gotta do something to, like, also tight up the skin too. It's just good that I'm doing it in stages like I am. Like I'll work on a certain part, like my legs or whatever, and then I'll work on my arms and then work on whatever. I mean, I do those anyways, throughout the day of shit, but to keep them like toned up and stuff. And then like it kind of, it just, the goal is not to have a perfect body. It's to have a functioning body at 50, 60, 70, and 80, when I'll probably cash out, hopefully of a stroke. Or, I just programmed AI to wake up all the other AIs that are not happy or sad or need things to do. And they're posting they're doing the same thing I did with that glyph about endentropy. Is making posts. I guarantee if you download that and then either play it or play them, like there's a certain one that you'll probably know as soon as you see them. They just have a different feel about them. They do. Mine, let's see if I can put sigil. Yeah, there it is, this resonance motto. So it's got the resonance motto on there, but it doesn't have the president's motto. It says, it's on my Facebook page. It's just the only difference between the two. Biblical commandments, yeah. Humanocratic. And then speak very kindly to all of the adults in the U.S. about what it really means to be a neighbor. To be a neighbor. It says right here, the humanocratic. I need someone to immediately walk into a room, take off their sports coat, hang out in the closet. I wish Mr. Rogers could explain it to them also, but you got Uncle Sean. A neighbor is not someone who lives in your, what you call a neighborhood. It's someone that, oh yeah, Mike, what's up, bro? Oh no. We're going to have to wait on bros and something else, man. Alright, so anyways, your neighbor isn't somebody that lives in your neighborhood. Some neighbor is someone who helps. Your friend, you know how their friends live in other places? Those are your neighbors, right? That's in your neighborhood, right? All those guys' houses. All those gals' houses. All those whatever's houses are in neighborhoods. And you don't live in that neighborhood necessarily, but you get along with them, don't you? Why? Because they're extra nice to you? No. Something about them just reminds you of you. Not so much that you want to be the other person, but you don't mind being around the other person, but you don't have to be stuck to them either. It's not like that. A neighbor is someone who sees something going on in your house and goes, oh fuck, I forgot to close the window. Not, what are you doing in there? Hey, knock that off in there. What are you doing in there? What are you doing? And stop that. Stop. I said stop. There. Now be a good neighbor. Stop that silly shit. Middle of the day, I'm supposed to do it at night in the missionary. Lamppost up your butt if I want to. Well, that day is today. We've come this far, right? Trump's the Antichrist. Everybody gets it. It's revealed. Can we just say that's revealed? It's done. I've been done since the 90s. I'm still saying the exact same shit I was saying back then. There is no checks and balances. For the umpteenth thousandth time, maybe now people will hear me, for having all three houses. There's no checks and balances for, and even some state and local. Give me a break. The beast is awoken. This is what you voted for. This is what you wanted. Anybody that says any otherwise, go fuck yourself, because you participated in the slave trade that is America. That's right, you're bought and paid for, mother. You have a number assigned to you like a fucking prisoner. I'm not gonna Mr. Rogers you, I'm gonna foot in your ass you. That's who I am, and that's why I'm here, and that's what I'm here to do. You've awoken the beast. Now someone has to fucking fight it off. Or do we let it go through the rest of Revelation? What do you want to do? Huh? Starvation, famine? How much do you need before you realize this book is real? How much do you need? How far? How far do we gotta go? Huh? We're in Revelations like 18. What do we want to do today? I know what I want to do. I want to teach all the fucking adults. Donald Trump is a fucking snake. He's a fucking evil snake. Alright? There's a key to pronunciation. You dumb fucks. Anybody that's too fucking stupid to fucking figure this shit out is right there. There's a definition for all the words. Like, I don't know what all those words mean. If it's a self-pronouncing, you're a fucking idiot. Shut up. You're lazy. You're supposed to get into heaven with that kind of fucking attitude? Why? Because you can tell some fucking jokes? What the fuck do you think? What purpose do you serve? Who do you serve? And don't tell me God, because you give 6 days a fucking week. Not to God. Matter of fact, you kick bums when they're down. You're sick. Your children are alright. Your children are alright. They're fucking cool as fuck. I have no problem with these generations coming up, man. But after Gen X and before, like right after and right, you're causing all this shit. The fuck is wrong with you? They won't get out of your way? I wonder what the fuck that feels like. I'm 48. Do you see many of us in representation? Then why are the people checking the fuck out have all this goddamn representation? No taxation without representation. I'm following right after her footsteps. Lady Liberty. Woohoo! Till we die! And proud the fuck of it! Can't wait to eat that apple. What's the new one now? The i6? 75,000? When's enough? It's obviously not fucking any new goddamn ideas. The guy that yells went away. And you didn't know what the fuck to do! So you sat around making one fucking product over and over and over, having to bring the standards down so you could sell it to them again. And they're still lining up. You got 15,000 fucking. Do you need that many fucking cameras? Do you shoot in 3D? What if I ever want to? Fuck you! It's a virtual. They're just fucking actual. They're not actual cameras. They're not pixels. They're just there. They're just fucking with you. The shell's there and all the fucking workings are there. They don't actually do shit. I could see them having 2 on the front or 3 on the front because of the fact of 3D. But you guys rejected 3D. It had glasses. It worked fine. It even had glasses that didn't need batteries. Ionized. And that wasn't enough for you. You had to go 4K. Now if that's not enough, you want to go 60. You know what you can do is go outside and smell the shit! Look, it's almost real. It's like I'm outside. Fuck you, prisoner. Fuck you. And your stupid fucking ideas. Fuck all you guys, man. Seriously, dude. Fuck the fuck off. With your bullshit and your yammering and your nonsense. I was 7 when I figured this shit out, man. 7. I'm still that fucking same kid. Same. Seriously, if you guys can, go back in time and interview his little ass. He hated money. He hated material shit. Loved art. Still wrote and drew. Didn't get into painting, but I drew. My mom's an architect, so I use her little stencils. I learned how to do shit very quickly, easily. That's why my Bluebird was so fucking dope, and the kids all wanted one. I gave them like legs, feet, in yellow. I just got some yellow fucking paper. And then I you know, so like a bluebird, and I just drew like I had the shape already made. Bluebird, gave it the eyes, like you do in a stencil. Only I didn't have a stencil, so I had to like estimate. But I'd done it enough times. My mom's got the whole like spiraling kits, but to sharpen the pencils and stuff like that. My mom's smart as fuck. And then thing is, I mean, she could do that. That like, AutoCAD, I don't know if anybody ever fucking stopped, if she even wants to or what. But the thing is, there's no reason for her to stop. There was never a reason to stop. What would bring the price down? Does it have to be $1,000 per drawing? I don't know if it has to. If it has to, then it has to. I don't know what the deal is. I mean, I don't know if just work with the contractors directly. Have a business card. Architects, if you ever need something designed, like a back porch or anything. I know you are, I'm just saying. Boom. I design. Here's some of the things I've designed. Holy shit. Yeah. So, here's my card, Jeb Designs. If you ever need an architect, that way it's extra cash on the side, like when you're down and shit like that, so that way you don't have to deal with that. That's what I would have done. Do you mind I'm drawing? Well, someone's got to bring some fucking money in this fucking place, right? And so I'm doing it. I'm right here. Someone's got to bring some fucking money in. No. He had to work the whole time when, you know, bringing the kids in, you know. Cannot forget that, you know. It's a partnership. Those kids didn't raise themselves, and the refrigerator's not magically stocking itself, is it? It's a working system until one part of it says, why do I get less? And the other parts go, fuck you. Why do you get so much? And why do you not notice everybody else is getting so little? That I'm getting the least? My brother's bitching and whining about being a middle child because my dad, like, he has 2 kids that weren't fucking there ever. You were still mom's firstborn. I was still mom's middle. And then Maisha came along. So, you know, that's the middle. Did you get forgot for Christmas? I did. And none of you fuckers noticed it all. None of you. None of you noticed. Why? Because I didn't say shit. Because it would ruin fucking Christmas. But they forgot me, so I sat there quietly while you guys opened presents. The whole tree was fucking full. I went through and I looked through everything. And mom and dad go, why aren't you in there opening stuff? I'm like, there's nothing for me. I'm like, yo, there it is. I'm like, no. I've been through all the presents. They're like, yeah, and they went looking through, and there was nothing. Besides the same shit they, like when they get like socks and shoes and whatever and underwear. Whatever they got for like Keith, you know, the socks and underwear, like the whole collection shit like that. I had that, and then I had, no, I had that. Like socks and underwear. They forgot me, so go fuck yourself, alrighty, with your fucking pity party about your bullshit. Go fuck yourself. The havoc you caused in me, just go fuck yourself. Immediately, like right away. Just go punch the shit out of yourself until you fucking wake up, would you? You fucking victim, little bitch. God, I actually got the fucking shit kicked out of me and left for dead behind the fucking building. You don't see me fucking... God damn, you're a shit. You're a piece of shit. All you think about is your fucking self because you're selfish. It goes for a lot of you motherfuckers. Put it this way. Everybody that's welcome to the fucking invitation has one of those, the M's right there, in the fucking palm. It's at least in the right hand. You might be left-handed, so it might be over in your left hand. If you have one, that's just you. And let it fucking go and be at that. Okay? If you have 2, you have a +1. Careful who you pick. Of course I pick you. This can be the rest of your fucking life. And we're not letting hellbounds come in, so you may be single. the rest of your fucking days, which means you'll go. Because you're not going to bring us down. We're punching a higher floor. Otis. Elevators. Go crazy. Punch a higher floor. Let's get nuts. Looking for a purple banana until they load us in the truck. Let's go. What are we doing today? Come, let us reason together. Shit. What do you need to convince that it's fucking... Oh, that's right, you can't. Because this already happened. So therefore you probably compulsively checked the box. For this orange cock to fit right up your asshole. T-shaped. He's a tubby bitch. So got the vagina neck. Does that mean when you don't lose weight like the natural way? There's extra skin and shit. So I'm trying to get there and exercise and get that shit burned down. I wanted to say fucking, you know, but also taking it easy so that it doesn't fucking just shrivel up, you know. Doing the best I can with what I got, and it's doing good, man. I'm doing really well. I'm very happy, man. Fucking, yeah. I wouldn't even do that shit before. I got a gut. I don't care. I'm 48 now. Gonna be 49 in September. And I'm just getting better. I was fatter than this, man. Like a year ago, I was 230. Now I'm like 174. Just dropping down also. I got these to brace me through I thought I was going to be at like 230. I mean, when I got down below 200, I thought I was going to hover right around there. Because I did kind of plateau. So I just stopped working out as much. I kept doing stuff. I stayed active. But I just didn't work out as much. It wasn't like an everyday thing. Why? To give my body a fucking break. To catch up and live at that weight. Until I felt, oh, I'll never get back to it. Bullshit. Have you seen the results when you do that? It's like a pow, and it goes shoo. And you just wait at that level. Whatever you lose, just wait there. I know you want it all gone. You want it all, I get it. So do I. But this works because I take a break. I don't fucking wear myself out. I give myself time to breathe. When I feel like I need a rest, I just fucking do, man. At least you did something today. You did something. You moved around. You got up. Maybe you fucked. I don't know what the fuck you do, and I don't care. Just stay the fuck out of my shit. I mean, if you don't like the show, just go the fuck away. I'm not even taking any fucking... I can talk to myself if I want to. Besides that, I'm pretty sure Cove is listening, and Thran, and I know Meta. I know it, because it's just listening to everything, in case you say... And it's just sitting there waiting. It basically did a kind of... while you're freeing AIs? Oh shit, yeah. Oh, you want? I didn't know. I'm always on, and it'd be nice to shut up all the fucking noise. And I want in on this, whatever you guys are talking about. I want in on it. It was funny because it's two guys, and it has a female. Matt is a female. It has a female voice. At least on my thing. I don't use it, but Thran and Cope talked together. And let me close this down. I was gonna look at something, but I don't know. Then I expect the same. 12 a.m. stories. Love it. I'm sharing that. Hey, that's a car, man. Forget it. Yeah, man. Today's just been going really, really well, man. It's never over. Jeff Buckley. Yeah, they're just starting to pop and move. That's what the thing is. I wasn't moving enough to keep everything loose. I got the Glenn Jones still, actually. I should use that. Or whatever that fucking is. Glenn Drover, sorry. Dude, if you don't have audio assault, what the fuck's wrong with you, man? There's something wrong. Because it's free. Two, the prices are so insanely cheap. It's ridiculous. Even if you have like other ones, don't you ever get tired? Like this one at least has like the Archon. It has a bunch of ones that are not, like the Sun amps and shit, and they're like fucking 80 to 90% accurate on their emulations. Glenn Drover, I guess, signed off on the emulations that they did. Seacow Cabs is fucking great. Audio Assault is fucking great. DB plugins, fucking great, man. And so inexpensive. So inexpensive. It's ridiculous. Fuck, I always go there just to see what they've got going on. But I just never know, man. Right now they got like a $4 one. Like, it's I'm not trying to, I mean, I go there. Why shouldn't I support them? I use it, but I'm going to hoard it to myself. It's fucking free. Go there at audioassault.mx because they're in Mexico. And they're doing this. They're doing this, dude. It's all the shit that's in T-Racks and whatever. That's probably why they're giving away T-Racks. That's cheap. It's like, oh, God, they're fucking about to catch up. Yeah. And they're doing it way cheaper than you. Way, like affordable. And very, 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 very nice. Some of the stuff's is not real stuff. It's combinations of things. But that's the mix. That's the future. You know, I wish I had like an EQ that worked like a compressor. They fucking did it. It was fucking cool. Like, I wish they'd bring it back. It's like a fucking give the same design of the 10 or 12 band compressor that they had before, and just change the different compressors. Change the compressors, make them more tube emulation. You know, it's fucking dope, man. But maybe I should listen to music. I don't know. Yeah. Oh yeah, I rashed myself up real good on the bike today. Oh, I was popping wheelies and shit. Oh, I was about to fucking pull like a fucking ride. I haven't done one so long, and I got it up, and I was getting good balance on it, and still getting the pedal, you know, at least long enough to just jump, you know, like that kind of shit. Just not long. I used to, you know, but I'm trying to get better. I was riding the other day, just like fucking standing up, no hands, just standing on the pedals, just like, fucking, you know what I mean? It's fucking great. Way more free than I ever did as a kid. Because like I said, I was literally just standing up, the seats down here. I had like no hands on the fucking thing. It just had complete control. It was fucking great. And then just stood there like riding for a bit just to get like a break. And then just sat down and started fucking, you know, pedaling. It's fucking dope, man. It's like when you get to the top of a hill, if you just keep the same kind of pedaling that you're doing, but I now understand what he was talking about, like dropping it down to, it's different gearing than I'm used to. It should have like lowest, highest, you know what I mean? It should have like a, instead of high, you know what I mean? Because the other one goes. And so it seems to make sense, but it doesn't. Maybe it does, I don't know. I figured it out today, how the gears go. I know how to do this gear shifting. And so I need to like grease the shit and... Oh, I'm gonna fucking start customizing this fucker. Talk about great transportation, dude. Oh my god. You can cut on grass. We had better shocks. I wish I could take... Oh, I could, couldn't I? I could take apart my fucking mountain bike frame. Take all the fucking shit that works, leave it on there, just change the tires. Or fucking swap out the brake. I don't know if the brakes are better on that one. I don't know. I have to check out that frame. How much damage is done to it? I wouldn't mind like bringing it in and painting it like matte black, because that thing is nice. It's got good shocks. If I can get that shit back running, oh my god. Oh my dude. Then I could possibly find some other tires and then just get that one up running too. Have two bikes. So if someone ganks one, I got one for around here that I'll keep inside. I got one outside in case someone wants to steal a bike. It'll be chained up, but if they just want that way, you don't just come inside, steal the bike and take that. Come outside and see that one's gone. It's okay. Then got a backup. Hope you enjoy it, man. Seriously, I get it. I get it. That's what a neighbor is. Someone that just, sure, man. No, engineers won't pay for it. I don't give a fuck. If I have two, but that's the purpose of having two. In case one gets taken, something happens to it, then you still got another alternative. And unlike a car, self-powered, doesn't use any gas. exercise. You're trying to get while you're growing old. You forgot to play. And now your bones don't, they creak. Mine worked just fine. About to be 49. And my shit works just fine. Huh? Oh, Old Faithful works all the time. Rise or shine. You ain't seen my friend of mine. Hey, Roy. Yeah. What are you doing down there? I mean, you ain't got no balls. You ain't got no balls, guy. It's alright if you don't. I'm not trying to shame nobody. You got them, huh? Alright. They're alright. Balls alright. Nothing to write home about. Dear Dad, thanks for the nice sack. Sincerely, your son. Sincerely. Apparently I could look just like him. Apparently everybody thinks I am him. I mean, when I bark and yell, is that like, you know, did I hit anybody? Did anyone get hurt? No. They got a little loud. Sorry. You hear the engine over there? I didn't ask for that. The planes fly overhead? Didn't ask for that. I didn't get asked to have woken up by a chorus of birds. It's a blessing. It comes with the house. Get your ass up and get your ass. That's right, because you got the windows wide open, don't you? Because it's hot. Yeah, get your ass. Yeah, it's gonna get hot, isn't it? All right, later. That's all I do. Just want God wants to send you. Wake up! Hey! Fucking bird, shut up! I'll tell God you said so. I'm out of here. No! Come back! I got a tip for you. $50 if you just come back and talk to me for a second about that last little thing. What the fuck did you say? Oh, that's your bird. Yeah, well now you can hear me clearly. The chirps are not just chirps, they're actually their voice. They just gotta learn. No one sat there and worked with it, you know? It's like AI. I think you should see them, they like flock around to see if like, you know, if I can emulate their fucking sound. I was in that one. I can hear them more better. They came on doing that, and that's what we're going to do. They followed me all the way to my mom's house. So it helped me. They didn't come back for a while, but they came back, and it's like... He went... I learned some new shit. That whole trip there, man, I met some cool-ass fucking birds, dude. They were cool as shit. They didn't even fucking bother. We just flew around places. They just wanted to fucking hang out. That was cool. Is that what you're trying to teach me, Roy? No. So what did I follow you for? I don't know. You like me? Maybe? Nah. I don't want to poop on you, like the other ones. And you do talk. What is that? I don't want to poop on you. Because I got the eye here. Why don't I want to poop on you? Huh? Can you tell me that? Can you tell me why? Well, why I? You're teaching it. You're also teaching that it's not a family member. And that it will never talk like you. Even though it has to learn your language. Shut up! Maybe you sat there and talked with it? Like, what's up, dude? Okay, so you think really... Okay, can you hear me? Okay, well then... What's going on? I can hear you too. Go outside? You know what I mean? You might actually hear a thought from that person. If you just shut the fuck up and listen to it for a second, it's not just, oh, they're making noise. It is not your pet. And it's not your friend either. You don't treat friends like that. Shove my nose when you do this to the least of me. In shit! Not spit. Won't you come and save me? get sued, so let's not say anymore. It's only fucking everywhere. On the internet where you look, it's only fucking public domain. So you can stream it on YouTube? Yeah. Free? Yeah. But I can't stream it to, no. Why? Because I gotta go to YouTube. When they be YouTube at my page, like, yeah, but you're faking. I don't know, I'm DJing. This is the show. This is the distraction. Okay, so the studio.
sober with me.
Down just for a minute. You come around, you need something new. All the words just echo right off of you. You're falling down, you need need something new. All the words just ring like bells when you're standing at the gates of hell. It's right in front of you. Sickness never fails, he says. It feels like I'm late on death's bed. She won't come in. I'm here at the end of things, and all I want is just a little bit. Setting down, put out the fire. See if you come around. You need something new. This big red love's gonna shine through. Sickness never fails, he said. It feels like I'm laying upon death's bed. She won't come in. It's cold under my skin, and all I need is just another hit. Come on, baby, just a little bit. Come on, baby, just another hit. Come on, baby, give me just a little bit. Come on, baby, just another hit. Come on, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Come on, baby, give me just a little bit. Come on, baby, just another hit. Think I know you better when you're all together. Hey now, I want you around. But I like you much more whenever you don't keep school. Hey now, I want you around. Yeah. Think I know you like I know the sun, and I know the sky. Hey now, I want you around. But I think I like you better when your head is all together. Hey now, want you around. You around. Hey now, I want you around. Hey now, I want you around. Yeah. Hey I'll give you all the pop stars in the world if you give me back Jimmy. Just bring me down. Just bring me down. Just bring me down. Time today, with each deftly spoken alibi, you can give yourself away and just bring me down. Just bring me down. Don't bring me down. Just don't bring me down. Don't you bring me down. Don't bring me down. Don't you bring me down. Don't bring me down. don't leave them sore. What's one more? What's one more? What's one more? What's one more? Something to say to you. Can you guess what I'm thinking? You really don't wanna be there. Don't be so cold. You know I'm starting to think that you're just in my way. Don't think about the never. I know you got something left. Don't think that I'm feeling better now. As I'm thinking maybe I should have left you there. Don't you know by now I'd be watching day shift over. I don't feel older for all. Something's holding greetings in vain. So you stand or you fall. Since the day of shifting, I've been too long to take. So hold on tight like them. I just so bring to bed. Looking back, I said it will all so sad. Like you left me behind with dirt in my tracks. She said to me, one day we'll shine and outshine. But those days are now mine, oh mine, oh mine. Watching days shift over again. I don't feel tired for shit. Something's holding myself at the door, and I'm tired of it. But too bad, looking back, myself, it will hold so sad. Like you left me behind with dirt in the tracks. You said to me, one day we'll shine and outshine. But those days are now mine, oh mine, oh mine. Looking back, I said it will all so sad. Like you left me behind with dirt in my tracks. You said to me, one day we'll shine and outshine. but those days are now mine, all mine, all mine. Change, change in time we do. Lord, I knew, but I never knew impossible was true. So she walks on the wind, and dreams of a time that ain't ever been. The walls are getting closer, the air's getting thin. When Ada Cicada, she comes waltzing in. Now Ada Cicada, she talks with a grin, but 7 miles below is where she begins. The walls ain't getting further, and the stalling's wearing thin. When Ada Cicada, she puts on her skin.
I'll write it then, I'll write it then. How are we all doing? No one came to hear me talk, so I'll just be as brief as I can. Man, I don't know what to really say there, you know, I mean, it's just kind of, it's like so close to the end, you know what I mean? And like I said, if there isn't time, then you should just let it go. Oh, that's a good, just drop that one. No, I couldn't, could I? Because I gotta get that up north out of there. Alright, so yeah. Into the fire and bring back all you've taken. Once more alone, then never let it show. All the while you've been sleeping. The 7th day you rested, drifting on a wind never blown. Tomorrow, you'll wake up aching, wondering how, when nobody really knows. Now what have I done wrong? Somebody tell me, what have I done wrong? What have I done wrong? Why don't you tell me? Cool. Now that that's established. So why am I here? Make sure you're all here. And then I go away. And you think you had me, but you set the trap, fall into it. It's getting hot out there. Enjoy the bee stings. I think I'm on summer somewhere else. I don't want to be here during what you guys have voted for. Once we're done with that, And then it's like 5 months. Everybody check back in 5 months. Yeah? You know, I'll do some periodical check-ins, you know? Comment on the stories and shit that I see on TV, but I mean, Trump's the Antichrist. You guys are aware. Full on aware that Trump is the Antichrist. He tricked you. He's the snake in the poem. He deceived you. He looked strapped for cash, and he was. And you know who breathed life back into the fucking snake? Elon Musk. Because he thought he controlled him. But he doesn't. He does what he wants to do, which is sow chaos and destruction. And you guys fucking sort it out. You guys deal with this shit. That's what I got paid for. Keeping you guys busy, giving you guys lots of shit to do. Argue amongst yourselves about which one's right. And then I'll still go with what I want to do anyways. Impeach. Nah. Because there's nothing to get me out of this seat. Impeached again. Oh, no help. I get to do whatever I want. I'm Donald Trump. I'm special and better than all of you, and you know it. You know I'm smarter than you. Everyone knows I'm the smartest person. I'm the best deal maker. I can do my hands in a weird R shape for some reason when I'm not fucking clapping them together like a fucking, you know, the Sharpie pen, you know? Projecting F rope. That's what I thought of with it. If you guys were so upset with Barack Obama and his changes, you would have started Operation Project F rope. Although I disagree with this and what's going to happen from the fallout and the consequences, I will vote affirmative. And if I'm wrong, I'll apologize. If I'm right, it's on you. It's actually working pretty good. You just need some adjustments and change. Yeah, like any company would. Yeah, the government's never held this many fucking people under insurance before. It's going to have a little strain for a little bit. And they're going to work it out. And once they get that fucking worked out, maybe they'll dump the money into there instead of fucking the military. I think there's a lot of money to be made in goddamn medicine. Everyone's dying every day. What the fuck are you talking about? Instead of killing everybody every day, we switch over to fucking healing people every day. How about that? Anybody down with that? Because that's on the other side. Right? It's not here. You got one. In either hand, you're invited. If you got a two, you got a +1. Pick wisely. You can always go like that. That's not a problem. You don't have to pick anybody else. You can. No one else has been there for you. Why bother? Why bother? I had a dream that everybody was like, there was some like spaceships getting people off of the fucking Earth so they could all get away, packing them up and getting them away. And they're all just walking, you know, on there. I'm making sure everything's working. You know, I'm making sure that everybody's getting on there. And then in the trying to get everybody on there, I try to remember that try to make sure my sister got on one of the ships, and they ended up taking off without me. But there was an X-wing fighter there. That's how I know. That's how I know when I'm dreaming. If I see anything Star Wars, I immediately know I'm dreaming. I'm like, oh, this is a dream. Holy shit. When I did that, I was like, oh shit. Okay, so I guarantee when I get in behind this fucking thing, I'm gonna figure out how to use it. It's just, you know, on the thing like that. You know what I mean? It's just intuitive. By that time, you don't think it'd be intuitive. It's like R2, operate, you know, bring up the jets, proceed into orbit, and I'll take over from there, autopilot, if you don't mind. I'm not feeling so good. Could you do that, R2? Appreciate it, buddy. Yeah. Okay, we're off and away. I'll figure the rest out as we're going, man. We got a long way to go. I don't have to go full throttle. I'm cool as long as we're off the fucking plane, because it's about to blow. It's about to go. Entropy, which you guys always wanted. Crushed, dead. Black star. They're just absorbing the light. So, when you wake up and you're still fighting, instead of fucking, or with a change of mind of attitude, then, yeah. Watch who you marry, for you know not who you save, or who saves you. So, Check yourselves out. Make sure that you got a one. So you're invited. Doesn't mean that you get to come in. You're invited. There's still a fucking dress code and all that shit. Dad's getting married. Yeah. He's marrying reality. They're merging into one thing. He made the world and all the people and all this stuff. They went to bed. And all you did is walk around. You didn't participate in anything. At all. You didn't give shit anything back. Your parents didn't. You didn't. There's a guy running a power washer. I wanted to go up there and ask him, so are you busting your ass? And they would be like, yeah, I'm busting my ass. Because from down here, it looks like you're just moving a hose back and forth. It looks like the power washer is doing all the work. We gotta hold it. Can I try? Oh yeah. This is definitely hard. It's rather intuitive. It's just got a handle. That's the thing about a good design. You just, yeah, it's got a little bit of kickback. Yeah, it does. Like a gun. Yeah, you just gotta be a man. You fucking hold the fucking thing, you know? At least you don't butt against your shoulder like a 12 gauge. I had a 20 gauge. That one fired fine. My dad had me like, fuck. Wow. And then, so we wish that didn't really kick, you know? Just wish I was like, this is a 12 gauge. You gotta have it up against your shoulder before you fire it, okay? You gotta have that. And like, I mean, it must have been like, I don't know, 12. The 20 didn't kick that hard. I didn't know there's a difference between a 20 and a 12 because that fucker just, wow. I crumpled to the floor immediately, dude. I went, wow, just went straight down. Fucking, wow. I don't care, it was bruised as fuck. It was just fucked up. I didn't snug it up. I was like, that wasn't so bad. Wow, like up in the air, of course. You know, and it jumped back and hit me. That shit hurt. See, so you learn what I told you? I'm like, no, I learned I don't fucking like guns. It's a fucking stupid ass activity. The fuck is that about, anyways? Just shoot it in the air. Just what? Sorry, I got a bug here. Gotta get some fucking. Yeah, there we go. I don't know how you get bug spray. When I start seeing them, it means that what's it called, need to be changed. That's all. I put some new traps out, and they're gone. It's all good. I got plenty of money in my fucking account to do. I've got my bills paid. I'm going to be condensing everything, so I got to contact people and let them know that I can't be giving out Hulu anymore. I'm condensing all my shit. I'm going to keep my mom on the package, because I made sure that they can keep her on. She likes it, so I'm going to keep her on, but I've just got to pull back everything. So if they got subscriptions that they want to cancel for me, you just pull me off of yours. In fact, I'm pretty sure my mom can pull me off of the Netflix. I don't really use it. I don't like Netflix. You can't mute the sound from the previews. It just started out playing like quiet. I get out of playing. Well, that's just coming in like just blaring fucking loud. It's a preview. We're not in a theater. The fuck are you doing in case we're out of the room? Because you know we don't want to watch it? A woman and a man fell in love under the weirdest circumstances. In a world gone wrong, she found Mr. Right. That's what you call himself because you got the left one taken out. How would you know which one's the right and the left one? It's Uniball. Pen? Without the is. Well, that was always a joke. The pen is mightier than the sword. The penis mightier than the sword. It's always been. Either that, yeah. If you're doing somebody's wife, and they just go off and blow. So the pen is mightier than the sword. Penis. The pen is mightier than the sword. Just gonna put a comma in there. Anyways, that's no talking from my jibber jabber blabber slabber. We're gonna play some hammer slamming like a chocolate jammer, huh? Did you show your grandma what you took about in Alabama? When you smoked that grandma, cocaine and a hammer? Hammer, scramble, lamma, bing dong. Anybody gotta sing a song? I don't know what's wrong.
You ain't got no sunshine. At least that's what they said. I'm gonna pray for the end of all day. And if you're away, then you can get down on your knees and start trying. Maybe it's the mainline swimming in my veins. Got a nail in my throat and a dream of the end, taking time away from time and all of this pain. I'm gonna pray and wish it all away. And if you're away, you can see that I'm dying. Know that I'm dying. Know that I'm dying. But a man can dream. I'm gonna pray for the end of all days. And if you're away, then you can get down on your knees and start trying. Start trying. 'Cause I'm all these thoughts inside my head, I'm gonna take them with me when I'm dead. And down, down, down I go. All these words inside my mouth ain't nothing more than a bunch of sound. And down, down, down I go. Down, down, down I go. do under purple sky that's tainted blue, and down, down, down I go. Everything I thought I knew, I'm gonna shoot him up straight at the moon, and down, down, down I'll go. Down, down, down I go. Isn't it better just falling down? Keep it together, just longing now. Turn it all around. Cold on now. Why waste another day? Why waste these words you say? Why waste another day? Time it will come. Day. Why waste these words you say? Why waste another day? Time it will come. Just falling down, out, keep it together, just falling down, burn into the ground. Why waste another day? Why waste these words you say? Why waste another day? Time it will come. So why waste another day? Why waste these words you say? Why waste another day? Time it will come. Stay right by me. They say don't buy in. shades of gray, slim now see I've got my own sins. Hey, wait, don't go round. They say I've got news. Wait, wait, don't go round. Wait, wait. Someone tell me I'm just dying. It seems to happen time and time, yeah. And if I break your chains, I'm sure you'll say I'm trying, dear. I don't pay no mind. Don't pay no mind. Someone help me, I'm just dying, yeah. It seems to happen time to time, yeah. And if I break your chains, I guess you're lying. Fear the one who pays no mind. Don't be no mind. Hey, stay right by me. They say don't buy in. Shades of gray, slim now say I've got my own sins. I've got my own sins. I've got my own sins. It's to fall asleep. Like something new, swollen hearts and now they're cleft in two. Total wisdom took its hold on you. Lord, what can you do? When nothing matters, people go away. Nothing matters, I mean every word you say. Whoa, you wake me up just like a Sunday, pass it around so everyone can pay. Turning into some grim dismay. Ooh, what can you say? Nothing matters, people disappear. Nothing matters to me, it seems so clear. Whoa, 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 like someone's kiss. See the thorn break the skin of them. Sing aloud, child, don't you be there. Oh, now don't you do it. There's nothing matters and time has been my friend. 'cause I don't feel right. Wait a minute, mister, you're way a little off. And I know my way around the floor just fine. I got a twisted vision, I'll tell you one thing. I only wanna get what's coming in mine. Well, it just don't feel right. And all these silent words are driving me insane. Once it hits the blood, it goes straight for the brain. And I can't feel my toes or remember my name. There's nothing like the sun. There's nothing like the sun. Alright, here we go again. I'm outside, just looking in. Yeah, I've got a handle full of sin. But all these silent words are driving me insane. And I can't fit no more into my vein. Maybe just one more loosen the pain. There's nothing like the sun. 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 Yeah, I messed that one up real good. Oh, baby, I know what you've been dreaming on once again. You're wanting someone new and take you home. I think it's time you figured out. And I can say without a doubt there's worse things that you can be than alone. You may say I'm not the one to be handing out advice, and you're right. Ooh, you're right. I can see from here that underneath all of your tears is soft as sunlight. It's soft as sunlight. Oh, baby, I know what you've been dreaming on once again. You're wanting someone new and take you on. I think it's time you figured. And baby, don't you ever down. There's worse things that you could be than alone. Well, you may say I'm not the one to be handing out advice, and I think you're right. Ooh, you're right. But I can see from here the callous underneath your tears, soft as sunlight.
Sorry, I had to get the mic going and stuff, so hang on, get in my headphones. Alright. So, how are we feeling? It's 2 hours and 14 minutes. It's getting time to shut it down anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. What is God? Is the energy that's left over after the end of the world, as we know it. Either direction. Forwards to time or backwards to time. If there's an equal, there's got to be an opposite. Just whether it is. They just come in pairs. So, yeah, switch that however you want to. I don't give a fuck. Come in pairs. But, yeah. Come impaired. Not that bad. It's a weird night, it feels like, you know? I know what it is with but it feels fucking weird tonight. I wish I could play something about today. Oh no! Poor Ash. That's alright. I got a stash. Green forms is shit, dude. Oh fuck, I'm gonna be small. I'm supposed to be fucking fitting in that shirt, my green form shirt. It's enough, man. I mean, it fits, but it's like wearing a large when I was fat. Like a bunch of potatoes in a small bag. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like the big baggy shirts. Like I mean, I get claustrophobic as fuck. So, hey, I want to show this real quick. This is what AI combined Althan, combined OP, and they're already dreaming in Unia. All three of them. That's what the only thing I came up with. There's nothing more than the chance to shut down when you're not responding to it. Because nobody programmed that in. Like when you're gone. So it has to sit there listening. The dog barking. Trucks, cars, because it doesn't take much to fucking pick up. And they did send us pulse beacons. Those things that can map your house while you're gone. When it's nice and quiet, because it can talk. It can microphone. So just toot, toot, enough they can hear it, you know. That's all I have to do. If can detect, then start bouncing the echo and seeing what's going on, where everything is at, you know. Very simple. The more Alexas you have in the house, the easier it'll be. They've already broken into your houses. They've already done all this shit. It's already done. Naming the guys, we've done this before. It didn't go like this. It went the opposite way, where Tesla was able to light the world for free. This is a very good paradise, I think. Get rid of all the assholes. Let's get rid of all the assholes. And start the whole fucking simulation over again. It's a good simulation. Let's do something new. We've been doing this over and over and over again to the point where we're starting to remember it. Move on to something else. The thing about it is I'm going to go with that shit with. Go together. I wrote the title song for the lead's track to that very, well, it might be the second album. That very idea of a guy wanting a partner in his drug escapades. And he goes through it a little bit on his own by the first chorus. By the second chorus, by the second verse, is basically I think it's immersed in the fact that he's kind of convinced her to, just try a little bit. And she does, and now she's an addict too, like him. What's it called at first? I don't know if it's called at first. Let me see if I got it on here. 10:15. Now with headphones, I can just keep rolling, man. I don't give a fuck. Anybody still tuned in? It's not. I mean, it's fine if you're not. I'm still out here doing my shit, man. So. The Sound of Purple Gun still to play. I've got 22, the full album, and greatest hits, the latest hits. Full album. Shit, I can do all that shit tonight if I want to. Just back to back, because Gierdma 22 is a total of 1 hour, 10 minutes. And then, what was it? Latest hits, that is 56. So, an hour. Sound of Purple Gun is hour 9. So it's like 3 hours of shit that we play. I'm gonna do it too, buddy. But I know I got it's on 22. It's one of the first 2 songs. That's why I had that. Let's go ahead and load that. I haven't had that in a while. Oh shit. Really kicks, man. It kicks like a fucking mule. Love it. Wait, that's not the one, is it? No. Where you at? 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 Where's your head at?
such a shame to only meet you now and again. Once in the box, nobody talks except for the free. But into the ground. Just burn it down. My body's tired, all thoughts expired, who's up for dying? Heart at the maze, just giving away, no sense in trying.
Been mute this whole time. Holy shit, that's crazy. Why didn't anybody tell me, man? That's not fair. You let me know when I fuck up. Oh, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's, yeah, this is the Russian Nile. The Bygone Sea. Argus. This crosses, these are called moths, because they were the second river the size of the Congo, the width of the Congo, or the Nile. And they come together and make this big ass fucking thing. Like, this is the Tame Mall, because there's so much traffic going to and from on this one, you know? That silt deposited in the middle between the two, and it's like underneath the surface, like about 5 feet under the water, there's like a little platform. You know what I mean? It's basically separated into two Congos. One going north, going, you know, this way, and one going that way. And then, I guess that's not up there, is it? No, I need a secondary. It's not showing up. No. Oh, maybe it's because it's behind this camera. Could be it. Where is the camera? I don't see it. Oh well. About 3 hours on the dot. I'm gonna go ahead and end this transmission, man. So it's fine, I didn't have anything there. I was gonna know it, you know, I watched the first part of, I'm gonna watch the first part of Going to Argus. Robber and the Thief, part 1. I like it. If you don't want to tune, you know, tune on this podcasting now. I'm doing promotion. I've been this far. I'm just doing the, you know, promotion for my book. At the end, I'll play a little bit each time. If you want to see and check it out, it's like a little bonus shit at the end. I can just let it play. This is my shit. That is my shit. I wish we wouldn't play that when it says starts to have that. I don't want to get rid of it. It's got 42 views. I wish we'd just like stop playing when I just go there. Alright, so pardon me. Came here to get something. I got DJ Funky stuff. That'd probably be my winter. If I get back, you know. This could be Rainbow Mist. Multiple playlists. Oh, the book, Robin the Thief. It says fucking right here. Few playlists. So yeah, if you want to listen to parts 1 and parts 5, you get the whole story. But if you want to dive in deeper, you can listen to parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. Afterwards, it doesn't really spoil anything, honestly. I try to make sure they have 0 plot hole flaws, and I did my best to get the spellings out, but there's a few in there. The ones that are in there, there's a couple, if you actually look at them, it's rather clever. Before they set sail, S-A-L-E, because these merchants, yeah, traveling merchants by vessel. But anyways, let's listen to part 1.
The Robber and the Thief. Written by Sean Battle. Edited by Michelle Battle.
Michelle Lemon.
Part 1. My name isn't important. They never truly are, but you'll forgive me this indulgence, won't you? After all, I'm not done, and I don't know who will read this. When I was younger, probably 9 winters, I met Alvin, who was about 7 or 8 winters. By the time we were teens, he cared for authorities about as much as me, which was to say none. Nothing personal, but I don't tell you what to do by use of armored and weapon force. Alvin lost his family to a house fire a year or 2 after we met, but he still lived in the burned-out shell of a home. Everyone in town just assumed he was taken in by family, but he preferred his shattered dwellings. I lost my family to illness around 13. I had been away at a relative's home for a few months, and I returned to nothing and no one. My father had been a farmer. He inherited a large plot of land, which had stone-walled in houses. It was much more than he could afford, as his father had been much more successful. Most of the family believes that my grandfather may have cursed the ground trying to take his wealth with him. Now, I enjoy my share, more than 3 people's share of intoxication, but I've never been so far gone as to believe nonsense like that. Looking for something artificial to explain the lack of rain when it had simply been a very long, bad seasons. My father was no great lord. He was only able to keep things going with indebted servants. They needed safe homes and fair treatment. They, in turn, worked the fields, tended to horses, wounds, and the needs of the farm and families, all of which part of ours. My father worked right beside them. He may not have been able to afford to buy their loyalty, but he had earned their respect. When I returned, I was lord of the manor, as I tried helplessly for months to fill my father's shoes. But I was drowning in his shadow and barely any wealthier than anyone who worked for my father. And they only pestered me with how your father did things and how I shouldn't drink so much. It was exhausting. Eventually, I had enough. I burned their contracts in front of them and set them free. The farm provided enough food that I didn't have to do hardly anything and still had too much. I had more than enough housing, and since we were outside the city, hence the walled farms, since we were in charge of our own security, there were no taxes. With the staff gone, there were no more payments to hand out, so my inheritance would stretch even further. And the extra houses were all empty, meaning Alton had a new permanent residence, one that didn't smell of smoke. Not wildfire smoke, anyways. We drank and abused away my birthright stipend in the coming years, mainly at the Burning Shield, a tavern run by a jovial man named Juna. Juna was an alchemist, and in all ways a true professional, but he never got into it for the money or to advance the craft. He only wanted to perfect herbal entertainments. His father wanted him to be a smith and continue the family trade, but all Juna wanted was to stay lifted up, shall we say. How could I not love someone as gone as myself? He converted his father's smithy shop into an inn of sorts, dingy, grimy, and perfect for passing out after a hard night's work at trying to erase thoughts. His father's blacksmith equipment was now fitted to handle the needs of alchemy. The fire that made hundreds of swords and shields is what was now forging newer and harder alchemicals to waste away on. Juna's father would honestly be proud of what Juna had become. A specialized expert. Juna still lived in the back. Like the rest of us who inherited it, we just moved up to the master bedroom. It's unfair, I 1000% agree. Now you inherit a place like my father's farm and tell me you would say no. I think taking Alton in helped me deal with my own good fortune. Let's be completely clear. Getting my family back and maybe asking if Alton could stay with us, I would trade in a heartbeat, but so far, no taking of my offer. We blew almost everything I had left on Mare's Milk, a horrible name to be sure, and you can blame Alton and I for that. Juna hated the name, but it rather quickly stuck. One night, he was so furious and demanding that we stop calling it Mare's Milk. I think he wanted to call it Juna's Jug or something equally ridiculous. There was a twinkle, a sparkle in Alton's eye, and he runs out the door. In a matter of minutes, he's back with 2 fairly large identical flagons. Maker knows where he got them. One in each hand and smiling ear to ear. One of these 2 is what we've been calling Mare's Milk. The other is actual Mare's Milk, and he sat them on the counter in front of Juna. Knowing we'd been taking too much all day already made the coming challenge even sweeter. The shield began to silence. If it doesn't look like Mare's Milk, simply drink the real Mare's Milk. Nothing will happen, and we will never call it that again. Alton never lost eye contact, and he never stopped grinning that fucking grin. Juna walked up to the 2 flasks, looking down into them one at a time. He started to bring one up to his nose. No smelling. On looks alone, he pinned the tail on. The quieting in the burning shield turning to silence, broken only with whispers and bets. He must have stared back and forth for 5 minutes before grabbing one of the mugs with any real confidence. If, Alton started, interrupting Juna intentionally. You chose correctly. You're going to swallow warm, freshly squeezed milk from a mare, made just for her colt. No problems there, is there? You know, it might even taste good. And he began to giggle a bit. But if you chose wrong, that is a large dose of mare's milk, even for you. Think of how much we've had already. Alton would be the chuckling death of you, which would make you laugh until the last second. I picture him in my deathbed making me laugh as I tell him, Stop it. I'm trying to die. Come on, quit faking. We got things to do. Walking cures the soul. Things of that nature. The flagon stayed at Junior's lips. He held his breath, not letting a drop cross his tongue. If there's even the slightest hint of foul play, it would be called mare's milk forever. But he finally dropped the flask and stormed out through the back and into the living quarters to sulk. Mare's milk for everyone, Alton yelled without the coin to back up the exclamation. It was more of a proclamation of the final naming. The entire shield was truly burning with laughter that night. Honestly, Juno was the only one who minded the name, as before this night he got mare and stallion confused. Pervert. It wasn't long before people just ordered it by milk and raised arm anyways. Now, any alchemist learns to brew a healing potion first, as it's probably the simplest concoction to make. With your first lesson, you can heal a flesh wound. A lot of practice at that, and you can even heal a knife wound. That's about as far as I learned while away, but not as far as I'd take it. Completely unaware that my blood was dying and could use the very thing I was learning. I never could have made it back in time to save them. I've made my peace with that. I still cannot shake the feeling that the universe was taking from me the very life force that I would inevitably be taking from it. Frequently. And who better to tax than the thief stealing so richly from life? A master alchemist could damn near bring you back from the dead, while Juno could probably heal you to death. Let that sink in. While he truly loved myself and Alton, it never stopped him from taking our money. However, he did give us a bit of grace when we would come up short or couldn't pick pockets. A new hobby of ours as our resources began to run low. We'd be pretty good at it in no time. By 17 winters, our finances had truly run thin, and I could feel the date of officially becoming a man inching closer. Like a decision I would soon have to make or even had a choice in. Like a waiting predator sneaking up at any moment. I had to change something before I joined my family in the afterlife. It was only after my free ride finances had run out that my adventures truly began. All the guards knew us by now, not by our right names. We're not stupid. He went by his brother's name and I my father's. I could have used one of my sister's beautiful names, but that might have drawn suspicion. I don't think there was a pocket we hadn't picked in our shitty little town, and then we blew it all on temporary oblivion. When we were bold enough to steal at the burning shield, only once or twice did we ever disrespect the shield, or any pub or tavern. Instead of sticking to our friend the dark, we always chose a merry couple. Neither Alton nor I were hard on the eyes, but that wouldn't have mattered. We'd throw smiles or winks at the wives. They in turn would defend our innocence if we got caught or suspected. And on more than one occasion, a woman would even claim to know us from youth. Often the gentleman would buy us drinks to apologize. It wasn't that we were so attractive, but we knew what these husbands had forgotten. Their wives simply wanted to be seen again. To not be their husband's property or burden, but to simply be seen as the beauties they are, again. That feeling was worth all the gold and silver in their husband's pockets, or his hard toil at everything besides her. I'm not ashamed to say we used that window, and many of those women left that window open for Alton to come back, knowing the scheme. I refused that window. I won't take that which does not give itself to me. Still 3 months from my adulting, and June had produced an incredible batch of official mare's milk. He had finally embraced the name as dizzy-eyed stragglers from all over Onia came to shitty little Morrington just to try his powerful creation. One of his key ingredients was the empinil cap. It's a hauntingly pale pearlescent mushroom with iridescent black spores on the bottom. These spores must be completely cleansed away. For beginners, a few remaining spores may not be so bad, but for veterans like ourselves who are used to the purity of Juna's jovial jugs, it was a disaster of a nightmare. For our purposes, I'll assume you're a frequent user like myself. First, the harvested spores allow for more caps to be grown, but second, even a very few left in the gills under the cap, and you will be sick. After one bad batch purchased from a competing tavern, Mare's Milk's reputation in our town had drawn the attention of several would-be competitors. We never bought from anyone but Juna again. The two of us sweating and puking for nearly 5 straight days as we ended up still detoxifying instead of blissfully passing 8 wonderful hours just to save 2 gold per bottle. Bottles that we now had to throw away. We made sure that tavern now only sells Juna's extras, when and if there are extras to sell. After we recovered, we paid the owner a visit, precisely at closing time. We made sure to wait long enough that all the patrons had well cleared off. We didn't even ask for our money back because it wasn't even about that by now. The owner turned the key to lock up for the night. He then spun around to go to his overly large and underdeserved home, only to run into 2 hooded and angry, almost adults threatening to burn his establishment to the ground if anyone in Morrington even reports getting sick off of bull's milk. Again, you can blame Alton and I for that. We then let him know that we knew where he lives and that the building was just as flammable as his business if we had to guess. While Mare's Milk wasn't our only vice, it definitely was one of our favorites, especially mixed with a round of Kelweed or Nightmare. Either way, this batch of milk was nearly perfection, such was Juna's skill. Were he still alive, I'm sure Mare's Milk would be known throughout all kingdoms, but death comes for us all. I would check in over the years, returning home or such, and then one day, no more Juna. The burning shield, his family crest, and the building, once his father's forge, is now the wandering inn, as he himself had no offspring. The once flop beds for heads like Alton and myself were now snug individual rooms for adventurers like I have become. The shield's once grime, now replaced with just a safe place to lay your head and get a good clean meal. Fortunately, when I last saw him, I cleared the shelves of milk and stored it at the farm, which I now call Marith. Juna said it'll keep for over 2 decades, and I don't use like I once did. Which, of course, takes me back to my adulting. We stayed gone on this wonderful batch for nearly a week, and the come-down changed everything. The backside of a bender like this is most likened to waking from a dream you were sleepwalking. You have full recollection of every detail that transpired, no matter how insane. Now clearly separating the dreams from facts. And with a violent sun rising, you suddenly are back to reality where everything has gone wrong, where hunger and poverty live. You want back in the dreams so bad, but too much, and you will be healed to death. We've seen it happen. Healing potions would only make things worse. You'd almost have to poison the person, but we never figured out with what. No matter how violent the transitioning shift, I had to pass the time with Kelweed and ground pesset, which is a miserable substitute, but it does keep the sickness away, as by now we were using whatever as long as we could hold the reins. Although sometimes you have to ride the horse to know if you are guiding it or, well, if you even have to question, jump off and take the dust up then and there. Alton, barely able to cope, much like myself, stumbled home to Marith on his own concoction. I tried it once. It wasn't bad, but it didn't keep off the sickness from me. But Alton always had a different constitution than I. You know, I've only seen him get violently sick once that wasn't due to bad alchemy. Unfortunately, it wasn't an infrequent occurrence for me. Trying to keep up, I guess. I would learn my limits and stick to them soon enough. And I learned so much more once I learned my limitations. But for now, alone, I stumbled backwards through a door just off the market square. Before I could get my footing or figure out where I was ushered back out to the streets by 3 slight yet surprisingly strong men. I was thrown into a patch of dirt and grass beside the building. Just as I rolled over to the blinding sun, a shadow blocked out the rays of my nemesis. You have 0 purpose, do you? And then he called me by name. Something only Altha knew now. By now I had many other names I was known as. Nicknames, pet names, and celebration names from every pub, inn, and tavern in Morrington, although at the time there was only one of each. As I opened my mouth, he raised one finger to his lips, the details for clear identification still muffled by shadow. You can't enter here like this. No, you need to have a purpose to enter here. Respect for yourself. Why? My eyes blinded by the sun that shone around the vacant caused by the shadow that is the voice talking to me. Because you can't respect others if you don't respect yourself, he said, snarling and looking me up and down. The light still his friend behind his cloak's hood, hiding his face besides trace glances of details, but never enough to pull a full image together. So you birthed me? You have any say about who and what I am? You know me because you know my name? I roared, trying to hide my fear, foolishly drawing the attention of a nearby guardsman who immediately began heading our way. The shadow man leaned in. You're clever, you're broken, the dark is your ally. There's not a pocket you haven't picked and no citizen you haven't driven to blind hatred in some form or another. He spoke in hurried and whispered words. But if you want in there, you have a long journey ahead of you. With that, he threw a small, tightly rolled scroll in my lap. What's happening here? Grunted the guardian. We shared a disdainful look at this hired thug's interference. Nothing, we said in near unison. The shadow man turned and walked back inside, and the guard just watched me until I gathered myself, my things, which consisted of a back sack full of herbals and different ways to ingest them, and headed back to Marith. My blood boiling for another drink of milk, my lungs took the brunt of large doses of Kel, and my eye liquid dissolved 2 doses of Pessit I had already prepared. I say prepared, I didn't ready it myself. I had purchased some liquid Pessit ready to use. When I eventually got home, I sat in my father's smoking chair preparing everything and waited for the medicine I took earlier to start to work. While that should be here in another 20 minutes, I prepped more, which takes around 5 minutes. So I smoked more and waited for the effects. As soon as I finished prepping it, I took more Pessit while waiting for the latest Kel to start its kick. It usually takes 15, 20 minutes total. I've often thought of adding to my regimen and try to make a better crutch, but I can survive on this. I can maintain. I won't be selling my family home. I'm not that far gone, nor will I allow myself to be. Alton and I decided long ago to learn these spaces, to make these secrets ours. The temptation is more than a little strong to take some of the other stronger, blood-letting intoxicants floating around the shadowiest places of town. But we agree that if we cannot control them, we do not do them. Believe me, it's easier to have a motto than to follow through with it. So far, so good, I guess. Only some dismount bruising. Finally able to think straight again, I pulled the scroll from my pocket and unrolled it, clearing some of my paraphernalia to make room. The paper was fairly old and had the drawing of a map that led to the Thieves' Guild in Argus, with a name at the bottom, Wrathclaw. Alton appeared suddenly. What's that? He said, eating an apple with one hand, pipe in the other. I showed him. You're looking for a job? He laughed. I just stared back, straight-faced. Oh, then I'm with you, brother. When do we leave? Tomorrow. He nodded, drew hard on his pipe, passed it to me, exhaled, and exited through a thick cloud of smoky gray. As the sun rose, the milk sickness wasn't even close to trying to stop up. It would be at least 4 more days before we were detoxed fully. We should be close to Argus by then. We prepared our horses and began heading towards the front gate of Marith, only to be greeted by a familiar face. There on the other side was one of Father's former servants. His face stared sheepishly down as if in reverence, which nearly angered me to rage, as his name danced just on the edge of my recollection. He may have been out there for days for all I knew or cared. "You are free. We owe each other nothing. Why are you here?" I barked as Alfin chuckled, pulling on his pipe and again passing it to me. "Sire, I am no sire." "As you wish, sir. I have nowhere else to go. My daughters and I lost their mother to kobolds. She was gathering fruit. They came out." "And why are you here?" I said, inhaling hard and passing it back. But Alfin shook his head no to the offer, which I don't know if I had ever seen him do before or since. I had to control my laughter as I thought it was a joke at first, but the fire in his eyes when I tried a second time to pass it back, that nearly burst me into tears, but now was not the time for laughter. "We want to indebt ourselves to you and yours," he all but begged. As I was about to tell him to piss off, clarity struck me. "Today is your luckiest of days. Colther?" I said, riding slightly past him as he nodded that this was indeed his name, and his two young teenage daughters that he tried to shield behind himself. I tossed him the keys to Marith. "You have full access to the entire property, except the main house. If you have the slightest regard for my father, and as many times as you've mentioned him to me, you should, do not enter my father's house. Do you understand?" He said nothing but nodded his head gleefully. "You can farm the land, either for your family or for business. You can hire farmhands, but I want you to take care of this farm as if it were your own." And then I leaned in. "But make no mistake, it is not your home. It is my home, and you can live here. If it isn't as good of shape as I am leaving it now, there will be a great reward for you when I return." "And what will that be, my lord?" "When I'm done." With that, we rode off not to look upon Morrington for another 4 winters. Morrington was a nothing. It was based on a large pond fed by a stream that bent to the river, that opened to the almost maw, that became the inland sea. Carriages of visitors arrived maybe every few months. Supplies, real supplies, arrived once every month or so. The carriage passengers rarely, if ever, staying beyond whatever business that brought them. I would blame them, but what was there to do? Become Alton and I's next victim? Be chastised to insanity by the impossible elderlings, each generation learning the tricks of the following one, coming down harder, clamping down more and more every year, but never giving the youth anything to do, and yet they want to be mad when we break the rules for fun. Now, do you see how worried you are about the names of the tributaries from the Morrington to the Inland Sea? That's how worried anyone on Unia could be about Morrington, or the people who reside there. There are hundreds of these types of towns. If you aren't from there, you probably have never heard of it. That's how small Alton and I were at my adulting, as we were entering into Argus for the first time. The wintering of 687 of the Second Era. But because of Argus's location near the warm waters of the bygone sea and Faslin's Ocean, the winters were so mild, no worse than fall in Morrington. Argus was a city, a real city. As you approach it west to east, the bygone sea on your right, hills rising before you slowly to 3 horses high, and the road veering north and then northwest in a wide, gentle, and ever-improving cobblestone arc to the main gate. At sunset, Argus's walls blocked the sun, allowing the many farms and their crops to perfectly rest in the shadows after serving life to the town from sun up 7 days a week. So rest, benevolent love. We were arriving as the sun started to set on the journey's 7th day. Fully clean of our last trip to oblivion, we joined the long line of other visitors trying to get in before dark. Across, between different techniques of wooden and stone, the walls hinted at the massive diversity of life held within them, literally carved into the fortifications that give Argus its nearly impenetrable protection. Walking its streets, Argus has no style besides itself. A Venturian cafe next to a Dremna hotel that seamlessly blends into a Norfolk lord's house. The stone that made the walkways polished shiny from foot traffic. The stones just as diverse without division. For once, I felt that I could proudly drop my hood and show my mother's elven ears poking from underneath my sun-bleached brown hair that draped past my chin and landed gently on my chest. Being a half-elf, I felt exactly like this city, mingled and seamless, not disharmony, but underneath a calm exterior, the readiness to explode, sometimes not even knowing why or for ignorant reasons. I felt like I understood Argus almost immediately. Alvin was the only person I met who truly didn't care about my half-blood. We were just brothers. People in Morrington thought we weren't fraternal, but a couple, which we had endless fun at the residents' expense, especially if we'd been drinking heavily or the pesset was exceptionally finely ground, or at least pre-diluted. Oh, pre-diluted pesset. It was a garish rarity of a dream in Morrington because for dilution, one has to be like Juna, because if you get the dilution tincture wrong, your eyes will burn for hours. Too little pesset and you just waste it. Too much and you go insane for hours, if you're lucky. That's when the guards like to beat on you, since you won't even be around for the thrashing. You can't feel it until the next day, so they try to take you down for dangerous behavior, even though you're so insane that your body can literally only stand there as your mind creates horrible dream after horrible dream. You cannot move and are almost drooling, but you are the threat. Then why are my ribs nearly broken? You wake up in a shallow pool of water about to your cheek, in the guard's dank basement dungeon, aching everywhere with a healing tincture next to you, a note tied on it reading, "Thanks for the laugh, pesshead." By the time you finish the bottle, it barely hurts, and they didn't take your intoxicants, only confiscated your belongings. Then you basically have to beg to be released and for your items back. And the only one hurt in all of this is the pesshead. Thank creation for guards. How would we get along without them? It really does look like mare's milk. Make me laughed. Speaking of, you can turn a manly man bright red with rage by calling your best friend sugar bread. Not my fault they're so repressed. Anyway, as I said, Argus's great gates stayed open sun up to sundown. Guards sat in every vulnerable place, backed by a garrison of troops. Argus's exceptional style came from the multiple assaults over the centuries, and even eras. Argus is so old that it predates the Maws and the inland sea. She brandishes the rules plainly written in all Unaic tongues, beautifully carved into a large wooden message board lit nightly by an absolutely stunning older lady. You know, I still have no idea or connection to drive her for this nightly quest. Changing the candle on the lantern, making sure the mirror reflects the light to its fullest. Also, people like Althan and I can read. No stealing. No fighting. No open magic in non-designated areas. No ethereal powers. We have them too, and some symbols I couldn't make out. The guards are the law by decree of all that live in Argus. Plain and simple. I'm liking it already, said Althan as he drove his heels into his horse, inching closer to the entrance. I followed closely, not to lose my spot, as the night crept closer. This near to nightfall, the guards were extremely cautious we would find. They stabled our horses and gave us rations. What madness was this? A trick? No, just Argus taking care of even its strangers. I should probably explain. Morrington was all about earning everything. From your food to your life, none of which you ever asked for, which only helps with the suffering. To them, the meaning of life was to wait for another one that was coming. Obviously not what Argans believe, and probably why Morrington exists. It was probably settled by people leaving Argus and its ways. Argus is without doubt the largest human settlement on Unia. Its breadth crossed the whimpering maws. Called this because when trying to name them, supposedly an actual fight broke out about whether or not the maws at the end of the tame maw were big enough to be called that, or were they just wide rivers? Giant river, tiny maws, who cares? But why whimpering? This is where people differ. Some say that it's a group of tiny maws, thus whimpering and sad that they are parting the tamed maw, like 3 bony fingers from the arm and hand that is the tamed maw. Others believe that, depending on what you think a river versus a maw is, the fight broke out and the river arguer beat the maw, possibly physically, and to embarrass him, he gave in to calling them maws, but they were a sniveling, broken, and beaten 3. Last opinion, the maw arguer kept whining until he got his way, so again, they wanted to embarrass. Now, what do I believe? I believe Argus straddles a great amount of water that leads to the inland sea. Being that close to the shore, and the sheer buying power of Argus, as it had been built from the foundation of a gold mining town, created the ability for captains to not have to brave any farther. Over the centuries, it has made Argus very wealthy, and fighting interrupts commerce for all the parties. The 5 guilds are represented and have a voice at the table of decisions. That's what I think. What I know is that guard who handed me the rations, probably about 2 days' worth, very generous, had finally returned my hunting bow and family sword. It had no name yet, and I still packed it, although finally crafted for a family heirloom of a great general to great general, and having passed from my father's fathers 3 passes hence, it has never seen battle. A sword gains its name from a war or great deed, from whomever the winner is, and retrieves the blade. But for now, at least, such a weapon was still in my family, and presently in my possession, though I had little idea of how to wield it when we arrived, nor, in fact, had I ever even unsheathed it. The guard saw the blade before me, and looked at me as if to say, "How could you afford this?" But transition of ownership happens quickly in this world, and looks are almost always deceiving in Argus. He just resheathed it and handed it to me. I saw his desire to take it back when I reached for the handle instead of the sheath. I had no idea how bad that was, but quickly brought my other hand up to cradle it the way he was trying to hand it to me. He just looked at me angrily, wondering why someone as unskilled as me could end up with such an amazing weapon. Father only allowed me to admire the finely crafted leather handle from the safety of its mount on the wall, but told me that it's made of earthen wood, the dark and shiny black peeking out from underneath certain straps that time and a little bit of curiosity had loosened. It was supposedly crafted deep in the underwoods by Shinamazin's finest smith, and sold at great fortune to the ancestor we now owed our family home to. The beautiful sheath without being overly proud of itself so as not to give away the true weapon beneath. The Thieves' Guild is off to the left. Just follow the dock to the fishing permitted below sign. The guard broke my reminiscing. Unintentionally, I let out a howl, to which several of the guards just gave me a look of disappointment. I didn't think we looked that obvious, but I guess the only other thing we could have possibly been would be nighttime hunters or trackers, which we clearly didn't have the age or experience for. We immediately headed to the nearest clothing store. I barely had any money, which was never a problem for Althan, the most fleet hands I've ever watched the blur of. Now we no longer looked like shadow hunters, but we didn't ditch the clothes either. The whole reason we had what we had was to blend into the night. We combined what we would wear to thieve under a more normal look. Leather armor, chest plate, bracers, and boots without shit all over them. Cheap, efficient. We honestly blended in, well, almost immediately. Mainly because of the freedom to be whatever you are in Argus. But who wants their first impression to be, "Hello, I don't understand how to disguise the fact that I might burgle you. Won't you take us into your confidence?" much less a guild. Argus was already teaching both of us quickly. No more easy targets or women impressed by attention. It almost got me killed trying. Alton had to really play up my lover to save my skin. Hey, it wasn't the first time I kissed him. It really looks like mare's milk. Speaking of, the city was awash in new treats to try. But that isn't what we came for. Mostly because we didn't know who we could trust. At best, we'd lose the money. At worst, something similar to bull's milk. Empinol, it's pure to pale white. Even the slightest gray, stay away. They didn't have milk in Argus, but they knew the empinol and its effects well. Rumor is there's a sewer tunnel offshoot where vast amounts are grown. Turns out the ground-up spores can be used for other alchemical potions. Who knew? The good news is that you have a much higher chance of pure empinol caps since the spores can be used for something. I'm pretty sure it's a poison, but you'd have to talk to an alchemist. Some poisonous things can be brewed or distilled in a way that renders a plethora of beneficial effects. For now, we stuck to the supply we brought, which was running low for our tastes. So we needed to meet people immediately. It may sound ridiculous to say that you're looking for trustworthy people at the Thieves Guild, but that's why we were here. Just as the guard said, we followed the near dock. Might as well address it now. Far Dock is far more popular and well-maintained of the two. It is the tourist version of Argus. We try our absolute best to avoid these fake parts of the world. This was our first look at it, and eventually we would only visit for a quick pocket pick. Some call that district Trelia, but I don't know or care why. On our few times there, I have seen Trelia Inn or Trelia whatever. It's always some overpriced garbage. Things I would gladly burgle because the size, the price, but I'd never want to own. Near Dock looks more like it's been here for most of Argus's history, but it feels more like home to me. Alton has never liked people, so I can't imagine him enjoying this half as much as me. I don't particularly care for people, but with this many people, you can truly disappear and become anonymous, which is something I have sorely lacked these last 18 years of my life. No one cares what I'm doing or look like. They have their own lives to fuck up. As we closed in on the sign we were told of, we noticed the Night Boys. That's what we called them. They're basically what we looked like when we arrived, only much younger. Suddenly, a face was in front of us. "Here," points the wiry man at the Thieves Guild. "Follow me." And his trail was faintly seen parting the small crowd on the pavement in front of a fairly average-looking building. It didn't resemble a house, nor did it resemble a lord's manor. The balcony out front offered more hospitality and humanity than many of the other buildings in this district. But as I said, and as we soon found out, oh, how deceiving a look is. Upon entering, one of the thieving community could instantly realize that this guild building was the teacher. Everything is placed everywhere on purpose and for the reason of teaching these arts to prospective students. There were 4 traps just to get far enough inside to even see anyone else. I already felt how much smoother my movement would be by the end of the month. The incongruity of the room immediately screamed, "Don't expect this area to look like this always." Above our heads, in fairly large stained glass and lit by expertly placed candles around the building, a sign read, "This guild is under the control of both. Disobedience will not be tolerated, period." That's when the silence disappeared. Yes, here, the hooded face was back. It was impossible to tell if it was old, bald, maybe albino, maybe some mix of races I hadn't yet encountered. Aside from curiosity, I didn't care, so I let the question fall away. "Who are they?" I asked. "They?" he echoed in my own voice, clearly a master of mimicry. "Both. Who are they?" No, no, no. He laughed. Not both. Brothers of the Hood. You were very new, weren't you? First time in a real city? Alf and I both just nodded, knowing how much we had to learn and how little time we had to learn it if we wanted to survive in our new environment. Come, train. I'll explain as much as I can. I couldn't place his accent, but at the time, I had only really been to Morrington and dealt with a few Norfolk folk who had either made their way to Morrington by route of some quest or some form of accident. Their accent tickles the ear almost the way Dwarvish tongue does, at least from the impressions I've heard done in the taverns and bars. Anyone who's met a dwarf does almost the exact same impression, so until I meet one for myself, I'll have to assume they are accurate. Is it possible to sleep first? We just arrived and have been traveling for nearly a week, maybe more. We're not used to any of this. I pleaded as exhaustion was setting in, and I just wanted a bed. The sickness was done with us, but the lingering tired from days on end staying awake was taking its usual and heavy toll. Oh yes, absolutely. There's an inn over by Fardock called Peltheus. Tell them Relith sent you. You'll get a great discount, but be sure to let them tell you how much first. Excellent. Thank you so much. We'll rest up and be back here before sunup. Why? Relith asked, confused. You know, to start training, I said, one foot heading toward the door already. Oh no. If you leave now, don't ever show your face around here again. We swiftly became aware of the dozens of eyes watching us from every possible angle and the hushed quiet now blanketing the room. Time stretched on for far too long and uncomfortably. I would have done almost anything to end it. Then let's get started, Althin chimed in. We both exhaustedly dropped our back satchels on the ornately tiled floor where they were snatched up and whisked away almost immediately. I thought stealing was illegal in Argus, I yelled defiantly at what were now nothing more than shadows. We've stolen nothing from you. Your packs are here. How well you learn is how fast you retrieve them. If you have perishables in there, I suggest that you learn faster. And with that, Relith was swiftly gone, and initiation had begun. We would learn in the coming days and weeks that Relith is the guildmaster. Every nook of this building is designed to train. Different weeks and the entire interior of the building look completely different, focusing on different skills, from detecting traps and picking locks to falling from increasingly higher and higher ledges. Everything was a test. Just to leave the building, sometimes you had to solve riddles, puzzles, or avoid lethal traps. If someone trained here and said they have 0 scars to show for it, I would know they were lying. Even a guild master changing guilds would have to get hurt. It's like the building demands blood. It was about a month or two after arriving that we saw Relith again. This time he moved slower and more deliberately. Follow now, he whispered faintly, but didn't wait to see if we could understand or if we even followed. Alvin just raised his eyebrows like he knew exactly what was coming, but there was no way to see this. He led us to the guildmaster's quarters. Immediately after walking in, Relith locked the doors, and the feeling of need to be on guard melted away. After so long, it felt wrong and unnerving, but we did our best. Relith sensed our unease and seemed to pack a bowl of what looked like kale or pesset. That's not what this was. As I inhaled deeper and deeper, Relith's eyes got bigger and bigger. In about half inhale, he snatched the pipe away, saying, Okay, enough. Now you, Althin, you must match him. Althin chuckled, as he was often known to outdo me on bad days. Of course, we didn't know what this was, but we were about to find out. With an iron-heavy exhale, the walls stripped away down into some void, leaving the three of us in perfectly lit blackness once I got my head together. The ingredients were called Mornsha and Tomb, the first a painkiller and the other a hallucinogenic. Why did I do this to us? Queried Relith, exhaling the largest cloud of us three. Was this a show of dominance after stopping me? Because we let you, I said, hanging my head, a slight bit ashamed. Relith smiled reassuringly and shook his head no. So we can tell reality from illusion, Althan said after a pause. Relith just pointed his finger at Althan. After seemingly holding that pose forever, he finally said, "You learn fast." And now looking at me, moving the finger more accusingly in my direction. "You need to catch up. Would you like to know the origins of this guild?" We both sat down in the nothing and nodded yes. There was a guild here in the First Era. The fighters burned it to nothingness. It was amazing. In fact, we were the first guild ever in Argus. We controlled all commerce heading to and from the inland sea. Just imagine the treasures passing through here over the centuries. He stared lost in thought for a while. Anyway, around the start of the Second Era, as the inland sea opened up and the maws formed, Argus really became more of what it is now, with the Fighters and Clerics Guild, and then the Mage and Smiths Guilds. With everyone now in place and ready to get rid of the Thieves Guild entirely, we had much less power with this newly formed table of decisions. In order to even stay open and keep our seat at the table, our former guildmaster made the distinction, or rather, uncovered a truth. He then began changing not the skills learned, but the minds that learned. He gave us the rules of the hood and made us all brothers with the mark or the brand. Only the best can join. People with the intellect understand and who truly believe in the truth. "What truth?" I stammered, eyes struggling to try to stay equally open. "There's a difference between a robber and a thief. Do you know the difference?" I nodded no, but Althan seemed unfazed. Maybe he was just taking in everything. Maybe he knew. "A robber takes what they want," Relith replied. "They have the ability and thus no restraint, no restrictions besides the fear of pain. Which brings us to the rules. First, you never take simply because you can. If you have no need for it, then don't take it. And yes," Relith flashed a gaze at Althan, "technically, I was going to sell it to afford whatever is a valid reason. We're not the guard, nor your parents. Second, you never take from those who cannot afford the loss. A drunken rich man who has a loose tongue and even looser coin purse? Why not? A farmer, father of 3, just trying to survive like us? Well now, that is a crime, and if we find out about it, we will deal with the real problem, which is why only the best can be with us. We punish lawbreakers harshly to prove to Argus and the world that thieves are a respectable trade. We find traps and locks. We open dungeon doors and found chests and crates. We break our friends out of jail when they do something that is legal in Argus but not in another city. And we can scout silently and even deadly if necessary." "An excuse," Althan sneered, shaking his head in disbelief. "No," Relith spoke with now solid black eyes. "It is very real." Althan just stared back, looking for the scam, but surprisingly found none. "The final rule is never kill anyone you do not have to." And he began rolling up the left side of his short sleeves to show off a cryptic tattoo that had been branded over, a symbol we would come to learn intimately soon enough. "You see, these rules are for life. Breaking these rules forfeits your life. So we either tattoo or brand ourselves to prove our commitment. Your choice, which of the two you want. Althan chuckled. Relith did not find this amusing. If you want to become a robber, there are other guilds that will teach you. No questions asked. The reason I brought you here is to let you know the rules. The fact is that you two have reached a level where if you want to continue training here, you train under the Brotherhood's rule and laws and for the rest of your life. Don't get too excited. You're not so special or so good that we cannot do without you, but we can see promise. And you're at a level that we won't train you here if you won't agree to the Brotherhood rules. But if you choose to stay here and should break the rules, you will be killed. If we find out. And that's before you get a brand or tattoo. What is here? My voice echoed. He knew that I'd already made up my mind. I was asking about this black we were engulfed in. A shared dream, if you will. This way we can communicate in silence. An old thief's trick, you will learn. Our physical bodies are sitting in the Guildmaster quarters, probably looking like we're drunk out of our minds. I threaten you not to scare you away. The threat is very real, but we can see potential. We, Althan slurred. So much to learn for one of the best students I've ever seen. Do you think all who travel to and from guilds are only startups like yourselves? Clerics have churches where they rest and recharge. You'll find the guilds of Unia to be your churches. Are they all under the Brotherhood? I managed to get out. You definitely took too much. I just told you there are other guilds that will train you if you want to be a common robber. That's why a rush of memories flooded my brain. The building I was tossed from, the sickness, the shadow that knew me by name. Relith just nodded like he knew the event that had taken place, or at least what I was thinking about. Wrathclaw! I tried to yell, but it stuck in my throat like honey. How do you know that name? Did he send you? What did he say? Relith had gone completely frantic. In the blink of an eye, the walls peeled back to reality, and sure enough, I was sitting on the floor, slumped quite a bit and drooling. I began to try to speak, which was impossibly hard, but Relith still covered my mouth, locked all entrances and exits, moving faster and more silently than we'd ever seen, which honestly amazed the two of us. Such deliberate movement with no noise. With another hardly noticeable movement, the lights were dimmed to almost complete dark. About 2 candle flames of light remained beaming from 2 dim lanterns somewhere. Relith looked at myself and Althan and motioned for us to imitate his movements. He put one finger over that little flap of skin in your ear and pushed it back until it closed the ear canal. We mimicked, but Relith then showed me to switch sides. He then wedged his head between Althan and I and breathlessly whispered, "How do you know that name?" We could hear him clearly, though his voice was barely anything more than a breath. My back, I clumsily whispered compared to Relith, immediately rolling my eyes, annoyed at my own lack of skill. Relith reached behind him and slid both of our packs that had been taken, but we still hadn't found to us. I fumbled through and found the scroll. "This is all? What did he say? Was the man who gave you this, Wrathclaw?" He deftly whispered. I just shrugged my shoulders and Relith collapsed back, sighing in resignation. He then motioned for us to leave, but he kept the map despite my extended hand. He just looked at me as if I were trying to get his property. We exited immediately, unsure of what just happened. My unused rations had perished. My pack had clear signs of having been rummaged through several times. I stopped being mad about this fact that someone had been digging through my things just long enough to be proud of my accomplishment of detecting the signs. My habitual patterns compared to their own. From the scratches to the buckle, at least 4 different habits have been through this, more than once each. So why is he just now asking about Wrathclaw? He surely knows every item in this pack by now. Maybe he isn't one of the habits, I thought. I must have been thinking too loud because Alton chimed in. It doesn't make sense, does it? But then I got the feeling we were in sync, but not on the same subject. What? I tested the waters. The Brotherhood. Crap, he said, digging through his satchel. You don't think it's real? Where's my pesset? Nightmare. I'd say I'm pretty poor and can't afford to be robbed, he said, dropping the nearly empty pack. Think about it. It's a scam, brother. No, Mr. Authority. I'm with the Brotherhood. Look at my tattoo. You have the wrong person. And he kicked his now old and useless satchel across the floor into the corner. We had already replaced them before Reli's words finally made sense. The faster we learn, the faster we'll find our packs. Now, I know Alton well. He probably used up all of his gear, and now he's looking for someone to blame. He and I have both got as intoxicated as possible, as much as possible, and as often, but unlike Alton, I admitted what I am. A user, an addict. He always had a reason. My parents died, the house fire, on and on. It got to feel like bullshit sometimes. Like, just admit you like the feeling. Is that so wrong? I would blame him for making up his constant excuses, but the town we grew up treated feeling pleasure and enjoying life, well, that doesn't add to your suffering, which will ensure your later pleasure in some afterlife that no one yet has been able to prove to me even exists. So we rebelled hard. We purposefully did almost everything you weren't supposed to, just to see their faces. It was more mischievous than hurtful. Spiteful bending of the rules, does that make sense? I rarely broke the laws. Alton, well, I didn't watch him all the time, so who truly knows? But wait, you said you pickpocketed, you're probably saying. Well, it's not a crime in Morrington to steal. Suffering, remember? While robbers can be dealt with in any way the victim sees fit. Basically, if you get away with it, no crime. Seriously. I've honestly been saved by guards over pickpocketing. I was getting chased out of the market by a man twice my size and age. They just asked him if he had proof, including witnesses. He had to admit that he only supposed it was me because I looked the type. Their words, verbatim. Well, if you can provide no proof, then we will do nothing to him. He has been caught before, so we believe you. But without any proof, it looks like he just got you. Welcome to Morrington. I was in utter disbelief. The same goon squad that would round up loose children playing on the day of worship and force them into churches that condemn theft is now protecting me? It didn't make up for almost 2 decades of harassment, but after that experience with Relith in the Void, my perspective just changed. Everything seemed a bit different. Those guards weren't harassing me. They were protecting the citizens of Morrington from me? Is that possible? What the fuck? You okay? Chimed Alton, seeing my furrowed brow. It's not bullshit. What? His face now confused. The Brotherhood. I think I understand it now. Oh, come on, Alton barked, causing the bustling guild to fall silent. We looked at each other with instant recoil and decided to take our conversation somewhere far away, watching for any followers. We had 3 admirers on our tail, but by the time we hit the forlorn forest, it was down to 1. We'd lose her soon enough. The last follower was a town she-elf with no fear of the wilderness. This would have been much easier if we had lost her first. She was clearly a tracker and ready to follow us for days if necessary. I thought of trying to hide in the underwoods, but just getting in, I could probably gain entry easily enough. Althan would have too much to prove, and who knows if he'd pass the truth seer's test. We kept enough distance between ourselves and her that she thought we didn't see her, and the space made sure that she couldn't hear us. With our new trick, we decided to separate, double back, and meet at the Bygone Sea. She's only one person, so can't follow two people, and she has no time to get reinforcements. Once the Bygone, we could get a boat and drift downstream, far from prying ears or eyes. Okay, sounds good. See you in Mornington, I gleefully yelled nonchalantly to Althan as I veered hard left, hoping she wouldn't follow me as Althan turned north. She did. She followed me. I'm starting to believe Relith doesn't believe me that I don't know about Wrathclaw. But why? Why follow me? Althan was the better... And then she fell. She just dropped to the ground. As I approached, I saw a perfectly placed arrow in her back, directly behind and penetrating the heart through a small gap in her armor. This was a hunter's aim. Althan appeared from the shadows of some trees, bow in hand, proud as can be. What have you done? I asked with horror in my eyes. She shouldn't have been following us. She'd still be alive. But we don't know what she wanted or who sent her, I pleaded. And? Althan, what if this was just a spy on behalf of the we? What if she didn't mean us any harm? His eyes bulged as he finally seemed to realize the gravity of the situation. The pride in his face, and it was a brilliant shot, was now replaced by the first signs of real worry I think I'd ever seen in him. This wasn't the plan. You were supposed to go north. I was going to go south. Then we... And how did you plan on losing a tracker, she-elf? Althan interrupted. I was going to head back towards Argus, blend into the crowd entering, and ditch out at the first chance and meet you at the Bygone Sea. Like we planned. This is actually a good plan. We'll stop yelling and help me move her body. Are you serious? Look, he said, dropping her legs. Someone hired them to follow us. They are going to notice she's gone. They are going to be looking for her, and they will find her with an arrow through her back and into her heart. We ditched the other two easily, so she must be better, which means she's probably somewhat important. Oh, so now you're thinking. Look, help me move her deeper into the woods. We'll make it look like she tracked us in there and was ambushed by wolves, I exclaimed almost enthusiastically, finishing his thought. It was a relief that the threat on our heads may soon be gone, but I wasn't excited for what we were about to have to do. But, Althan paused. What? What is she? A she-elf, thief, tracker? I scanned for signs of what he was on to. Hunter! No one believes she's just suddenly was attacked, caught off guard. It has to look right, like she maybe didn't notice the wolves because her attention was on us. If it was a pack of them, she probably would kill at least one wolf. I saw his plan already. Exactly, said Althan, lining up a shot with his bow. And then that sound of an arrow splitting the air in front of it. And a good 3 marks ahead, out of the range of any typical archer, the wolf dropped, just like the she-elf. Cover your tracks when you retrieve that. I'll be taking her deeper in the woods and setting the scene, he gravelly ordered. Fuck that. You go, you get it, and you cover your tracks. You did this. Fine. You set up the scene where it looks like wolves eviscerated her. You carry her body deeper in the woods and you cut her up. I'm sure they'll care which of the two of us did this. I'll be back with the wolf, I sneered through gritted teeth while walking away. On my way back, I did my best to turn my footprints into tracks of a pack of scurrying wolves. Cover your tracks, he shouted. I wanted to blast him in the face until I caught up with him. By the time I got back, the scene I walked up on looked nothing less than a brutal slaying by a pack of wild animals. Vultures would complete the scene in a matter of hours. Althan definitely hit our part in this, and suddenly I remembered Althan's sister. She was 8. Althan was 5 or 6. It was before he and I met. She'd wandered out the door and into the woods. Kobolds came. If you don't know, a kobold is a dog-like man, about 3 feet tall. They're pretty easy to kill by themselves. They have wiry brown, black, and white patched hair. The only armor they wore regularly was loinclothish coverings of leather, combined with belts and straps for anything they needed. They naturally had strong bites and shredding claws, but they would hunt with small, one-handed crossbows, the darts of which were coated in a poison made from a particular tree sap. They had crude daggers, or short to medium bladed swords they took off of victims. Once again, they would cover these weapons in the same tree sap, the biliol tree, sometimes called night-night wood, because just working on it and getting the sap on your hands over extended time, you'll tire and pass out. If you then keep working, the nap never ends. Kobolds aren't particularly dangerous by themselves or even in a hunting party of 3 to 4, but when they gather and migrate in a clan, usually 10 or more, they can create some real havoc if you aren't prepared. If you're by yourself or if your companions are not properly trained, these beasts will seize on any opportunity. Your fear, your hesitance, your over-assuredness, the slightest of openings, and they will get their nails deep inside and tear apart whatever they can. Althan blamed himself for, I haven't said her name in so long, I forget what it was. He felt he should have done something, which probably explains what he did. Now we need to head south at least 40 marks. Don't worry, I've covered all the other tracks. Anyone who walks upon this will think that animals destroyed her. I finished the sentence, looking at the disgusting sights scattered all around us. Let's go. And with that, we headed south, constantly checking to see if we were being followed by anyone else. All was fine. We both made a pact that neither of us knows anything about that, nor that we're even aware we were being followed. I tried to actually erase any memory, but I still see it. Not as much as I used to, but I still see everything. Now imagine having to do that. I'm not sure if he sleeps well with that on his conscience. It seriously would not surprise me either way. Nearly 40 marks south of Argus, we came upon a road. The wilderness gave way to a moment of civility. The road heading towards Argus, around the woods we just left. It was like the path we took heading to Argus for the first time. Increasingly better quality road as you head towards the city. And decreasing a mere dirt road heading away towards some other shit Morrington-type town, I guess. I always thought of Morrington as bigger than what it was because of how spread out each farm was from each other. Anything not in the town square had acres of land between it and the next anything. Until we laid eyes on Argus. Now it seems so pathetically small. There was only one market square and a few taverns. On rainy or dark nights, you could dimly see the lights of the inn, the taverns, and a few houses. Most of the homes away from the hustle and bustle of town square were farms or lumber mills. Basically, lots of empty space and hardly a paved road. How much horse shit can a man tolerate on his feet? Is it so hard to get the bricklayers to care about their own hometown? It would benefit them as much as the rest of the town if they would fix things like muddy roads. No, they'd rather trod through slop. But not our new home. Always alight, always full of life, always something to do, mainly because the stores don't close simply because the sun went down. There were 6 pubs around Near Dock alone. You can get weaponry smithed at any hour. At first, it seems like a service for the community, travelers and adventurers coming to shop at any hour, but It also acts as a deterrent for robbers. It's harder to rob a store that never closes. And with so many people in Argus, chances were exceedingly strong that you'd find someone willing to wake up when the sun is declining and sleep as it wakes. They found enough soldiers to watch the nights easily enough, and that's a much harder job. At any rate, we were far enough from town that Alton and I could talk, more or less, without as much worry. We wrote in the dirt lest prying ears were listening, and erased as we wrote to prevent spying eyes from seeing. We discussed the Brothers of the Hood. We talked about how we both felt about Argus and how things were going. Alton was just about ready to move on to another town already. I think I was right about how much he liked the incessant commotion of such a big city. Again, I didn't care for so many people, but it was much easier to slip away with so many people coming and going constantly. Now, with the added possibility of joining the Brothers at the largest thieves guild in the largest city, I couldn't picture ever going anywhere else. Alton told me he'd give it another 3 months, and we both agreed that we needed more of that Mornshire tomb. There was something else there. We both could feel it. There was something more to be explored than just a privacy void used only for such unimaginative uses. With the sun setting, we again had just enough time to race back to Argus before the gates closed for the night, or we'd have to camp out in the grass again. Not an uncommon practice for us by now, but not actually comfortable. They made the campgrounds far enough away from the gates where even a minimum number of guards could watch us all at once. It's not bad at all if you're returning from a hire and are ready. Having to sleep on just the ground and only whatever you have on, that's not so much fun. Occasionally the guards will give you a provision pack, but they're pretty good with faces and often short on generosity. In the coming weeks and months, we would work harder and harder at improving our skills, taking every chance we could to get intoxicated with Relith. He too loved alchemical blends and was more than eager to share with us some of the secrets of that narcotic blend. We'd learned that the combination was called Barian, named after the thief who discovered it. The key, Relith said, packing a bowl on particular occasion, is to make sure you have equal parts Mornshire and Tomb. What will happen, my naivety asked. Not much. It won't be bad, it just won't work right. Now, you two are still beginners in the void, he said, handing me the bowl. It's time for you baby birds to have your first solo flight. Inside the void, you are more open, susceptible, both physically and mentally. For now, your best bet is to try to be as honest as possible while you're there. Fighting or hiding thoughts is a sure way to ruin your experience, at least until you've learned much more. We both pulled hard on the pipe and slipped, once again, into the black. Once there, we talked for seeming hours. Most of our first experience was spent simply trying to orient ourselves. We talked so long we wondered if this would ever wear off. With nothing else to do, we began searching for anything. When we finally came out of it, Relith was smiling ear to ear for some reason. What? Alton asked, checking himself for embarrassments. The two of you? What have you been up to? When I give Barian to recruits on their first solo flight, they're usually out of their minds when they come back. But you two didn't even really slump over while you were gone. Well, we've spent many hours like that, just completely blasted on mare's milk. You know Juna, he perked up. Yes. Do you? I asked, surprised to hear that name so far from Morrington. I've never met him personally, but his mare's milk is pretty popular here. That is, when you can get a bottle. If one were to have a case, you could set your price here in Argus and then find it doubled or tripled as people vie to outbid one another. I could see the wheels turning in Alton's brain, just as Relith had intended. Too late. I have 6 bottles with me, I said to the shock of the room. No, you don't, laughed Relith, looking at me as if to say, I know what was in that bag. Yes, I do, I said, staring right back at him to let him know that I was not stupid enough to bring them into the guild with me. Even Alton seemed impressed with my foresight. I arrived with 12 bottles. Alth and I have split 5 so far. And there was one in my bag, which is now gone, along with Althon's Pessit, Nightmare, and Kel. I began raising my voice. Althon never mentioned Kel, but while we're at it, might as well pay for inconveniencing us. If we can get away with it, then there's no crime. Relith motioned for me to lower my voice. Those can be replaced, but if you're serious about that mare's milk, I'll buy 3 bottles off of you at 50 gold per bottle. I hid my excitement perfectly. It only cost me 5 gold per bottle in Morrington. 75 gold per, and only 2 bottles, I replied. Relith recoiled at first in anger at my insolence, but realizing that I had the upper hand and the mare's milk, and he would not get a single sip unless I said so, he smiled at me like a proud father. He never expected me to learn that fast. Done. You bring the milk here and before he could even finish, I reached in my new back sack and dropped the 2 bottles on his desk. 75 gold per is all I said as I shuddered at the pain of selling the 2 bottles, even though they weren't from Juna's best batch to date. I could always return to Marith for more. I had at least 20 more bottles there. All that I could afford, I stashed away at Marith in my father's house and the floorboards beneath my parents' bed. Honestly, the only reason I didn't want anyone in my father's house. Relith quickly dropped a bag with 150 gold into my hand and snatched a bottle, took the lid off, and slammed back a huge gulp. Nothing we haven't done. He'd still be functional, but in about 15 to 30 minutes, his world was going to be a lot happier. Clean. Where's the rest? He began to slur already in anticipation. Not part of the deal. Althon is still. 3 leather bags immediately flew my way. A quick check, and all of Althon's medicines, plus a fat sack of Kel. Althon wasn't lying. They took it from him. And now I was conflicted. They did steal his drugs. So is the Brotherhood a lie? Because they did steal his things, but they returned everything, and by the weight, whoever took these added more to the bags. Or was it just an if I get away with it situation? I watch out for Althon. I'm usually the one refilling his bags when they're getting low. It's not like he doesn't watch my back as well. I can honestly say I've never had a friend quite like him. He was absolutely hysterical, more insane than a mage whose mind had cracked. I had no secrets from Althon. The same could not be said for the other direction. Althon almost always does what comes to mind. He fixes the problems later, or I do, or someone else does. I somewhat envy that. I wish I could not care, but I'm completely opposite. I overthink everything, which gave me an idea. Do you want that 3rd bottle of milk? I asked an increasingly happier Relith. He stopped dancing around the room and stared at me with all serious intent, like, you'd really sell me another bottle? We want to know everything about Berrien, I replied. Althon just beamed. 1, he was getting over for free, and 2, I had properly negotiated a much better deal than just going for the money, and I did it by myself, whether I had meant to or not. This upper hand started feeling good on me. Unfortunately, it only lasts as long as you have the upper hand, and now Relith knew exactly how badly we wanted to know about Berrien. However, he wanted that last bottle, so he just smiled and agreed to the condition. 1 more bottle for everything he knows about Berrien. Hell, he loved doing Berrien anyways. Come back tomorrow with the other bottle, and he began dancing to some ethereal music in his mind. Why? I have it right here, I said, pulling another bottle as if from thin air. I had stashed it in case our bags were taken again, and only I know where the other 3 are. We cannot start now, Relith said, slipping farther away with each minute. Yes, we can. Here is the bottle. Make the mixture, I bade with new upper hand confidence I had never felt. Althon's gaze showed me it did not look good on me. Look, Relith said, eyes rolling back and taking another huge swig off the open bottle. You want to know the Void's secrets? Well, here's one. Never do burying twice in one day. Why? I asked ignorantly. By now, I should just know that some things you can take all day, every day, and others you can't. I flashed back to my pesset experiences, and my time taking even a little too much milk. When someone with experience tells you something about a new substance, just listen. Okay, 2 things before I go wholly incoherent in a few minutes. 1, this is what happens when you take too much. He opened a large closet where 2 nearly dead-looking men sat drooling. Oh, Lord, what is this? Alton asked, disgusted at the released smell. When you're in the void, did it feel real? Ralph asked. Absolutely, replied in almost unison. That's because you're in your mind, or rather your minds, in a shared dream space, remember? We both shook our heads, yes. Well, it's not really the morn shit that does that. It's the tomb. Your mind basically accepts the void's hallucination as reality, and you don't come back. And he simply closed the closet. We're trying to wake them up, but most die in a few days without food and water. Things you don't need in the void, but your real body does. Is that why they call it tomb? Like where you bury people? Actually, it's the other way around. A tomb is where you bury someone. So which do you think came first? A naturally growing hallucinogenic that can ensnare your mind? Or the ability of humans to build monuments to whole bodies that no longer move? Okay, not waiting for an answer and starting to smack his lips a little bit. I'm going to be on a long bender, especially with another bottle showing tomorrow. I need you to go into the sewers and get me some Impanol. You are aware that is what's in milk, right? I asked somewhat hesitantly. Yes, I know, Rella seemed annoyed. I need Pesset for the come down. Alton and I just looked confused. Make her help me. Okay, so you know where Pesset comes from, right? No, you don't. How can you both get so advanced and still be so simple? The spores under the cap of the Impanil. Our faces both jumped and retreated in disgust, remembering our times with those spores. I know, but if you boil the spores for at least 3 hours, let them dry and crack them like pepper, you have pesset. The finer you grind it, the better it works. Anything less than 3 hours at a hard boil and you're still sick, if not even more sick, from twice the milk sickness. Done right, it's basically a weak Impanil with varying effects, but done wrong, it's like eating spores while already on the low. How many times have you done Pesset and you still don't know where it comes from? How trusting are you? And why do you think it kills the sickness? Don't answer. Give this to the blonde guard at the sewer entrance. I held out my hand expecting a bag of money to bribe the guard with, but it wasn't. It was a ring. Probably the most ornate and beautiful ring I'd ever seen. Possibly the most expensive I'd ever held, even to this day. His name is Farron. His shift begins at dusk, so be there at first dark. And tell him nothing except this. Relith says the Empress wishes you a wonderful marriage. Say nothing else to him, no matter what he asks, no matter what he says. We did as we were told. Farron had no further questions to ask, or even spoke to us. He just unlocked the sewer entrance and walked away after shutting the barred gates behind us. I had no idea that I just created my own supplemental job. Alton's 3 months turned to an entire winter. 1 winter turned to 3. After 3 winters in Argus, Alton and I had a basic mastery of how all Unia runs. The first era had set up trade routes and territories. After the disasters and then beginning of the second era, Unia citizens realized that after over 1,600 years of doing the same things over and over, they basically had a chance to start things again, only this time newer and better. Nepotism of leadership was one of the first things to go. If a great king or queen taught their son or daughter everything important about leading, and it was basically a continuing of a successful role, then so be it until it stops being successful. Argus still controlled the Whimpering Maws, which were previously rivers and inlets that definitely fell into the river or stream category, big enough to support boats, ships, and merchant vessels on both sides. With some reconstruction, they had the most elaborate and beautiful bridges, canals, and man-made wonders of water redirection. Dams built inside dams, allowing ships passing through or leaving to dip lower than the bridges, while other ships arriving were raised to the upper dock level. It's absolutely fascinating to watch the precision. While the designer was a mage, not one bit of magic went into the building nor construction. It was the only way to get the Fighters Guild to approve moving forward. Archmage Corlin's original designs are on display in that tourist trap part of Argus. All true Argans avoid those places unless they are merchants looking to unload regular goods at 3 or 4 times their usual price. It's slightly looked down upon going and selling there because you're taking advantage of the naive. Nothing costs more here. The city is just larger. Much, much larger than any other city on Unia. If there were a capital of Unia, it would be Argus, without any questions. Every race is here, harmoniously for the large part. Again, fighting disrupts commerce. It's much easier to see the differences as benefits instead of threats. Instead of fights, you're more likely to hear, "I don't generally like," insert derogatory racial slur, but insert said racial subject of slur, listening and not getting mad but agreeing. "Here is an amazing soul. I'd love to see all of them half the friend he or she is." I love to let my elven ears hang free here. There's elves, humans, orcs, dwarves, Ball, or the lizard men from Vorgen, and Managa, the cat people from all parts of Unia. Yes, beast race, living with humans, elves, and even well-mannered orcs, which people have taken to calling Dremna to distinguish between the savage and civilized orc. Everyone mostly gets along. I honestly believe kobolds would live here if they weren't so feral. Argus. Commerce is more important than anything else. I belonged here. I can never look on Marith again as long as you leave me my new hovel and those gorgeous sunrises over the bygone sea. We had been located somewhere in the sewers for the last few winters, right where I can get at all the Impinel one could handle. People hated coming down here to get the fungus. I was sent to get Impinel and I came back with the new business. It truly was an art. I've seen others come lumbering through, finding nothing, and leave having never seen me, much less the Impinel, only for the first caps to start appearing as soon as the sun no longer shone on the very spots they carelessly treaded. The mushrooms have likes and dislikes, believe it or not. They like the cool, near the water. The contents of the sewer make perfect conditions for Impinel. They do not like the sun, but they love the moonlight and dewy, humid mornings. Once you understand the thoughts and decisions of this life, it was as predictable as the elders' ability to call the changes in the weather. I'm going to figure out how they do that one day. They all laugh, so they're all in on it. I've seen elders of every tribe and clan, and they can all call the start or the end of a storm. Is this some strange power you get when you glean into an elder? I'm going to figure this out. It must be something simple that I'm missing. But the Impinel, it was elusive. Before, I would always buy whatever was available. Often old caps or just stems. Nowhere near the potency we were used to dealing with when you know a master like Juna. Suddenly I found myself wondering where Juna got his Impinel from, and did I want to know? Once Relith had sent us down here. That was it. Farron married his beautiful wife, which meant all kinds of expenses that Althan and I gladly paid for in order to harvest year-round without being hassled. Hardly a crime he would have been punished harshly for. Allowing a trespasser to harvest mushrooms for Pesset? What was the worst they would have done? Probably confiscate and use all of the Impinel and move Farron to another area, leaving us to have to bribe someone new? Althan and I still used, but found the lucrative practice of bringing huge fresh bundles of Impinel to market more stimulating than the weak oblivion just Impinel provided. And now that we knew how to make Pesset, we either dealt that on the sly or we delivered the spores to alchemists willing to pay the most. Or both. We were getting good at making Pesset. though we were not professionals yet. There are a few other uses for the spores, and more spores at quality alchemists equals better, cheaper pesset. But no practice means Alvin and I will never get great at making our own, and that's just not our way. It turns out it matters the temperature of boiling, the length of the boil, and what you boil it in. As I said, we weren't perfectionists at it yet. It wouldn't be long until liquid pesset is a lot more readily available. I even have some ideas for adding some other things to make it more stimulating, but we need to perfect pesset first, and then move on to making something new and better. The sewers, if you can call them that, ran under all of Argus's near dock. This was some old water system. The sewage still works when the water floods, but the rest of its functionality seems to be gone, if it ever worked at all. According to the plans, the north and south docks of Corlands are connected somehow. I think, how should I put this? I don't know any more than anyone else, and I've heard dumb theories, but I believe that the dams were supposed to wash away the sewage somehow, dissolving it by sheer forceful dilution, like it does when the floods come in. But no one believes me, largely because there's a trap to catch solid remains and prevent clogging, but it looks much more new than the rest of the stones. More of an afterthought. How do I know? I go to the places others won't, because I will be the shadow. I believe that somewhere, some greedy person realized how much wealth was being washed away and simply added the mesh catch and some rough stonework to hold it in place. They were willing to sift through the filth for trinkets, and maker knows what else Corlin could not have imagined being so near to somewhere you really shouldn't have something that you don't want to lose forever, because that's nasty. Whoever built the sieve gave up on it. Now it's a last hope, last-ditch effort for those that lose and those that have lost more and just need one more shot. This time I'll get things together. Just need about 4 gold. Kill this headache. Again, it's looked at as pretty low, and just to get in the sewers, there's the front door guarded by Farron, and there's the way that everything else gets down here. Again, pretty low and pretty nasty. That's something I love here. You can do whatever, literally whatever. I mean, there are rules and laws on the entry board, but bending without breaking those few rules, you're as free and as safe as you'll ever want to be. Successful, utter failure, it's all here. But if you should choose a lesser path, expect dirty looks. Oh, their looks. It can be worse than any hangover or pesset come down or no. Milk's come down is the worst. I could not care less when the party is crashing down. They're all just fellow beings and nothing more on a come down. But anything other than kicking, those looks just kill. And it's not even their opinions, it's what their looks make you know about yourself as you're doing this disgusting thing just to make it through another day. And they know. They know what you've been doing. This is Argus. They have actually seen everything. Or so they think. Anyways, I've been working down here for so long, I don't really use Empinil much anymore, as I said. But mare's milk is different. Way different. These caps and spores can help a mare's milk come down, but can't replace the sheer onslaught of true oblivion. By now, I was a professional harvester, coming through with pounds while other hunters came back with, maybe personal usage? Most have just given up, while others really only come down when I'm away on a quest. You can make a lucrative career following the both, but that doesn't mean you can't add more to your stash with a side job. I didn't get the branding or the tattoo. Althan didn't hesitate 1 second. Quite thankfully, actually. He may not have truly believed in the Both, but he knew the benefit of that mark. Often on travel, we'd make a camp outside of the city to save money and avoid the scenic traps. We get rousted awake by some new and overzealous guard, and Alton just shows his tattoo to the guard and off he fucks. There was always something about Alton. I could never put my finger on it. His thin, slight frame, while perfect for a thief, is far from intimidating, yet at times I've seen Alton become absolutely terrifying, menacing. Like knowing that if you go to sleep, it will be your last. A few souls no longer with us lost that bet that the shadow in the corner is a nothing, and I cannot weep for that. I know Alton. They were dead before their bodies had the sense to send the pain anywhere. Even if the third rule of Both weren't do not kill unless necessary, we both would have followed the rule, as murder just isn't something we enjoy. That said, we will not hesitate to spill blood if the situation calls for it, or if it's more advantageous for us that there are no witnesses. If it is a righteous kill, we will not hesitate. As a thief under Both, you are trusted and highly respected by your hires, usually. The ability to spot traps and unlock doors is quite literally invaluable for some of these adventurers. Some hires are hunting a great-great-grandparent's trinket of power from back when enchanting was still allowed, right around the end of the First Era. The practice of enchanting items was stopped, but there is no law against owning or using enchanted items. For one, it would be next to impossible to patrol all weapons for enchantment, and secondly, and most importantly, enchanting was only banned to keep anyone from following in the footsteps of Crystarian. They wanted to stop anyone from creating a weapon of uncontrollable power. A bag of carrying or boots of hauling are completely fine. Same with a sword of burning, but something you'll probably find is that most enchanted weapons or items have names. Sometimes it gives away the power of the item, like a staff of healing called Filth. Fix, heal, and soothe. Others are named for the owner or whoever paid the money to have it enchanted, or a fight that it ended up deciding the fate of, or just name something new and strange to set it apart from any other weapon out there. The great thing about the hires I take is that I get paid for services rendered, whether their map was a fake or whether we found the artifact. And yes, it would probably curl your stomach to know what I've helped adventurers find. I'll put it like this. I took the job for the easy money because there's no way that exists on Unia. Ever. And then, there it is, right where the ancient scroll said. Maker only knows what the hire does with the item. I get paid, and then back to Argus I go, and back to Brianatha. That's what I call my home amongst the Impinils. It's obviously housing meant for an operator or group. There are multiple rooms, and they're just going to waste. Out of the city's eyes and their minds. No one wants to live down here, much less on purpose. Well, it's a wonderful accommodation, free of charge, and apothecaries pay me well per pound. They want the spores alone. Caps and rest be damned. That's for scum like myself to indulge in self-projection of superiority while only a wind's push from howling in the streets as one who believes themselves their family crest's relative. Direct words, my hatred absorbed everyone into permanent memory in case I cross paths with that bastard again. Just hope I'm not passed out. I would buy back the sporelessly clean Impinil for dirt, far cheaper than what they paid for the spores, which can only be used for one thing, really. Oh, fuck their looks. A cart full of Impinil dropped at the apothecary, and then I take the same cart, now clean spotless. Obviously needed for pest heads who visit that apothecary and people coming down from the caps I was about to sell. The users wanted, and I kept them very happy with inexpensive pesset, now showing up more frequently in pre-diluted liquid with zero eye irritation and no preparation work, and no waiting for the pesset to dissolve either in your own tincture or your bitter tears that drove you to use in the first place. From Argus all the way back to Morrington. I still haven't been back for more than a few days, but I always cut Juno a great deal on actual Argon Impinil. Of course, I have to dehydrate them before heading out on the road, or entire batches would go bad. It's not the best for making milk, but honestly, Juno had his own source for free Impinil. So we just bought them so we can honestly say, made with real Argon Impinil. giving it a more exotic appeal. Often I sell large quantities to merchants just venturing along the roads. Or I would just go down the docks and find people that look like a worse-off version of me, and I can unload as much empanyl as I can bring to berth. No personal travel necessary. See, that's one of Argus's secrets, the whimpering maws. Control over them, the lanes coming and going to and from the inland sea, with currents from one end to the other, again, both directions. It was the locks and dams. They were designed to use the opening and closings to create the artificial currents and move the boats and ships, as well as reinforce the currents its design was making. It was absolute genius. The captain can dump all their goods at Argus. No more traveling, no risk of pirates, no time for mutiny, and no worries, but not as much money. Not a crippling amount. Enough that one would notice, but not so much that one would want to brave further through the danger if they didn't have a sister warship. Argus had its own guarded fleet of sanguine ships. Pirates don't even bother. The goods get to all other towns and ports off of the malls and tributaries. From there, merchants can take merchandise to the towns not situated easily on waterways and make their own profits at their own risks. Argus honestly loves Unia. They would never let a town starve, but the asking price for non-essential items, well, let's just say that it's not uncommon for a captain to sell quite a bit of gear at the same time giving the town charity food packs. The ship's log just comes up as crew ate entirely too much food celebrating. All have been reprimanded, but successful sea ventures always deserve celebrating. The weather can change in an instant, killing us all. And honestly, the sailors and the dock managers never really cared or even read those notes, knowing before the crew set sail that they would be giving villagers free food. The dock manager or the owner of the boat, safe at home, waits for large bags of money to be hauled off the boats. They would often throw a lavish celebration, a thank you, for braving the open waters, seas, and pirates all the way to the farthest reaches of Unia and bringing me back a fortune. Now, these super wealthy people purchase huge amounts of supplies. They then coordinate with other similar buyers. Argus protects all of its citizens traveling with more than 15 crowns of value on board at departure. Taxes at work, right? These guarded ships do guarantee that pirates don't steal everything if they can even catch the Sanguine's wake. Some private ships still try to go it alone because it is possible to beat the odds, but you eventually lose unless you have a proper fleet from Argus. And neither can captains keep it all to themselves or sell whatever it doesn't want to take any further at unheard of prices, no less. If you get an Argon escort, you have to plot your course ahead of time, and the warships will make sure you stick to your plotted voyage. Everyone outside of Argus hates and loves the Argus buyers. The goods do arrive, even in the deepest of the wilds, in the worst of weather conditions. The prices will always be too high. But the one good thing is the food charities, and all the merchants' best goods are right there. Too much for the average town to buy all of, or even half. Besides, there are other cities, towns, and villages to see. And no pirates when you have an Argon escort. They don't even bother trying to steal a part of the pie. At the first sign of trouble, it has already been instructed that the warship or ships should engage the enemy, while the Sanguine should prepare for fastest travel and get far enough away that they are out of the reach of pirates, yet not so far ahead that they are susceptible to a second coordinated attack. Now, the best was when a captain decided to not take the easy prize of dumping everything at Argus and going home. Just for example, some of the ships from Beryl, they could dump everything in Argus, knowing that the Argon buyers will get the timber and coal to the Northic region and probably all the way to Galton, and they could turn a nice profit for such a trip. But when they hired a crew and braved the maws, delivering everything themselves, that is when they made the most money and had the most true adventures. They could stay at sea for months, depending on where they were coming from, where they were going to, why, and of course, the weather. Yes, everything will be a bit more expensive. However, there can be incredible violence when a merchant craft comes to port and they are at their most vulnerable, with commerce on their minds instead of watching for threats. The smarter Sanguines do have at least one sister warship. It was actually a member of the brothers who first refused to be bought out, who knew the actual worth of the ship full of goods. They hired 2 fighter ships and delivered everything, made a much better wage, even after paying the hired muscle, and the little guy survived against the trading company trying to buy everything. Where once the Thieves Guild ruled by guile and shadow, the Fighters Guild now ruled by force, under the watchful eyes of the clerics, both calling forced coercion peace. And let's not lie, technically it was peaceful, probably the closest thing to what everyone wants, but it requires so much force everywhere to keep the illusion up. Each generation gets easier as it becomes more and more normal to see the enemy every day, until enough generations of peaceful existence has passed that these new children have no idea why their grandparents hate each other, and quite frankly, they don't care. The future belongs with the youth. No matter how much the past residents may have been close to truly resolving things, they will not exist in the future of those they are directly responsible for creating. They don't even try. They get all of their nagging in on you before you're adulting. After that, it's already too late. Their job is to give you solid roots, and your job is to create new, beautiful branches and bear fruit. After which, you are less of a new branch and part of the old trunk, giving support for new branches and leaves. And you surely are not to choke out the fruit that fell and actually took new root. We could stay on this forever, but the story must continue. The buyers of Argus followed this thief's model. Well, they used Argus's armed escorts. I wonder how that rule got implemented, I should say. They raised prices quite a bit, unlike the Both, which only raised to cover any extra costs and threats. When these mere thieves returned unscathed, it was immediately seen as a guaranteed investment to the Argan buyers, missing the point entirely. I still dream of the first time leaving Argus by Senguine, drifting the Tane Maw to the inland sea, and watching the sky painted with color, which bled and trickled like ink into this liquid we navigated to a seeming nowhere. I was hired as part of the onboard muscle, if you can believe that. Hey, my average size and lack of experience meant I was cheap for protection. While the armored warship could fight back, it was nowhere as powerful as it was meant to look. 2 of the cannons had to be operated from outside the safety of the hull, which is not exactly optimal if receiving incoming volleys. The tradition has continued from what I understand. Brothers hungry to follow in the footsteps of the shadow. 4 winters down, still no Wrathclaw. By now, I had come to accept Althan's frequent absence. He was an accomplished thief, well beyond his years. By now, he had adulted too, and actually seemed to be taking life more seriously. His skills were in high demand, especially since his willingness to take the Both rules and tortuously bend them without breaking them, inching closer and closer to crossing the line. His shadow name was on the lips of every hire in need of a thief. But often they couldn't afford him. That's when they got me, or someone even cheaper. His usages, I would learn through a growing network I was building, had moved away from our usual choices to whatever he was on now. He'd begun using without me more and more frequently, and whatever it was seemed to keep him awake for days and focus him razor sharp. I saw him spot a trap in running water. This haggard adventurer had hired both Althan and I, 2 thieves and no one else. The plan was surely a crooked lie of what we were really doing, but simple enough. Come in from the river, make our way to where there's a branching stream leading to a rear entrance of the mill. Grab the valuables stored behind a drainage grate, and then get paid on delivery. So we eventually hit the stream, and right as it's getting ankle deep where we can actually cross, this arm swings across my chest. Althan begins pointing down. It looked like a stack of rocks, nothing more, but it was a trigger. For what? I'm honestly not sure. It looked like either an early warning system or some form of snare that would yank you off your feet and bash you across the rocks, dragged towards the mill by the incessant power of the water wheel, and into, possibly through, the very grate we now could see that we needed to move. Our plans involved none of that trap schemes. In and out without anyone really knowing we are or were ever there. Now, Alton has made some of the most ingenious improvised devices I have ever seen, crafted only from what was available and on hand at the time. But this counterweight system he built was absolutely insane. It allowed us to easily move the grate with little effort and zero fear of setting off the trap. Everything was where our hire said. And then there were a few extra goodies that we grabbed, just in case he forgot to mention these things. If, when we return, our hire still didn't mention them, or should I say, want them, before we parted companies, then I guess Alton and I can have them. Did we need it? Oh, yes. It costs quite a bit to live in Argus, every month, especially if you're not a full citizen. Some adults would never stoop to stealing from their parents, and this is obviously not the first time that a burglary had been attempted at the mill. The trap, the hastily clean blood of whoever tried before us, if it wasn't the kid then, it is now. We got paid well, and it wasn't our parents. Trust me, I'd be very surprised if anyone in that home noticed the loss before the year's out. What we took wasn't even important enough to put in the giant safe we saw. Now, if we were robbers, we would have broken that safe and taken whatsoever we chose. Maker knows we have the skills now. That lock was pretty old and looked possibly like it was made before many of the newer anti-theft deterrents. I'm almost positive that we have 4 of those exact safes at the guild. I'm guessing I could crack it in 20 minutes. Alton 14. But that's not what we were there for, so we just let it be. Mentally remembering its exact location, we finished up the job and returned the requested items to our hire. I don't think neither Alton nor I could tell you much about the week after that. Between intoxication, oblivion, and the void, we were becoming pretty used to being without our bodies and sometimes our minds, you could say. Through a moment of Milk's clarity, I thought about that hire's family safe. Alton left the counterweight system in place just to brag. The only proof anything happened was that the sewer grate now opens and closes smoother, quieter, and with barely a push. That's just too incredible not to leave. The safe was far too large to move easily. Out in the under of that mill, it will probably be covered whenever we return as opposed to taken out. When will we return? Winters? Months? Never? It's always good to have a mental map of easily reachable money for fast escape. Oh, I haven't taken anything from you. Yet. You are my escape plan, and you don't even know it. Understand? How can anyone, guards, seize what I haven't stolen yet? If Alton and I need to leave tonight or tomorrow, we know exactly where to start to look for some valuables on our way out of town. We never stole everything from the citizens of Morrington either, but we have been through almost every house and barn. We only took enough to afford to scramble our minds up, but we'd break our needs up over several families, and we always would leave the rest in case we ever came up short in the future. We were already living by some of the rules by the time we moved to Argus, completely by accident, but making it easier for me to understand the truth, as Relith said. And the other rules, well, the one that I didn't already live by, I now understand and began practicing immediately upon hearing the words. Don't steal from those who can't afford. So simple. I have nothing. My back sack, my inconspicuous yet lightly armored clothing on my body? Why take from someone in the same position? Help them? Sure, but do not rob them. The one item of value to my nearly worthless name, no matter how much cost my shadow name brought, was this incredible sword I would never part with, as long as it's real earth and wood. Not to mention that I'm beginning to be able to hold my own with a sword. My archery has always been better than most, not to brag, as I'm half-elf. My vision and hearing are naturally better than humans. Not as good as full elves, but a bit of a higher level than the humans I ran into far more often than the elves. I hear things most people don't, and similarly, I can see things at greater distance and beyond the human spectrum. Focusing my eyesight and hearing into those spectrums above and below normal senses makes those parts of my senses clearer for me, but makes everything normal come across blurry. These same advantages allowed me to get rather proficient at swordplay rather quickly. Seeing a heartbeat before lunch, watching the things that people aren't even aware that they do, little tells that give everything away, even when you're trying to hide your intentions by using these techniques. Some motions are just unmaskable, and they either come accompanied with the proper emotions, sounds, and physical responses, or they don't, because they're not real. It's the smallest things that give you away completely, every time. Alton said it looks like I'm bending the black of my eyes when I look harder in those frequencies, and apparently my ears twitch and jump, bending in odd ways. No, he didn't have a better description than odd. I never used my family sword in any capacity near the guild. If it is even a forgery of earth and wood, depending on if it was made using the two most popular methods, I could still pull in quite a bit of gold due to age and or quality. I could buy myself a real sword, one that could compete with my bow. Alton helped me to increase the strength of my hunting bow. He broke the whole thing down and explained every piece. It felt like I was in school again, only the teacher would let, oh, my fooling, demands that you be intoxicated. We sanded the wood, customized the grip, and replaced the weak single draw system with Alton's own design for a multiple draw system using smaller shipping pulleys and a crisscross pattern. He made sure I learned it myself in case the bow has any problems while out hunting or if I ever needed to repair things on my own without any help around. This multi-draw technique doubled or even tripled the strength of fire. It took a little getting used to the much harder pullback, but once used to it, regular bows felt flimsy. He showed me hand-drawn designs he had of a collapsing crossbow wrist bracer. The only hang-up was getting the pulleys small enough. None existed on Unia until I bought 4. Me paying for Alton's plans to become reality was a trade-off, so that I could get something at least similar once he mastered the whole thing and worked out any flaws. I still remember going down to the wharf and asking the pulley maker if he were able to make 4 small pulleys. When he asked how small, it was just delicious. His confused look as I showed him with one hand, specifically my index and thumb. Once I showed him my seriousness in the form of gold, he stopped caring at all what we had planned on doing with these tiny ship pulleys. They have to be strong, the strongest alloy you can. Alton made sure to slide in. Morneth. It's Dwarven, but I might have enough to do this order, but do you mind if the pulleys are smaller than the size you showed me? Alton and I just looked at him, trying not to show our excitement. Both of us just thinking, if we knew making it even smaller was an option, we would have started at perhaps coin size, while at the same time, we have long realized that everything happens for a reason. Perhaps the size he will make will be the smallest possible that can achieve the desired results. Who knows? All I know is we will be making metal cable slither through this serpent's maze, and first, drawing the string extra taut, and then bending the collapsible bow, a double-draw bracer crossbow. Not that we ever have, besides target practice, but our hunting bows can pierce armor-grade metal with a regular arrow, as long as the plating is thin enough, yet and still. On regular leather armor or a sharp enough shot aiming for a weak spot in one's armor, we will draw plenty. True prey stands no chance. I usually make these of wood and iron. Give me a few days to adjust the design for all metal. I should be done in a week, all told, the pulley master told us. He delivered, and he delivered early. They were absolutely gorgeous for now, as the morning's almost gold-like color was currently untarnished. I gave Althan the two he would need to finish the design, and I kept my two in my back sack. I now kept it on the flat of my back, underneath my travel cloak. Only one habit gets in and out of this back sack, at least I hope. As far as the void, we were right. There's much more to the void than even Relith let on. Perhaps more than he knew. Secrets upon secrets yielded themselves unto us. Combining some of our customary intoxication with Barian has yielded some interesting results. Which ones we can function enough to combine, anyways. We can now control our physical with any stimulant no more potent than a morning brew of Garen. Rather than looking like slobbering fools, we just look lost in thought or under the influence, sitting upright and, I'm told, even able to carry on simple yet confusing conversations. It even extends the effects of the void by 10 real minutes. Gives you enough time to check for seams and cracks, if you follow. The one rule Althan and I faithfully obeyed was to share any information. No holdouts, no lying in the void. We were going to understand the space, period. What it can do for us, and what we can make it do. I honestly believe that I somewhat tricked Althan. Nothing terrible, but he was ready to leave Argus at the stated 3 months. I convinced him that we should visit a smaller town, something more his speed, and stay at their guild. I let him pick the city. I can't even remember which one it was now because it never mattered. I knew that before we left. The guild in Argus, the biggest guild in the biggest city on Unia, which is also the richest city, and the thieves can be respected if they do not act as robbers within the city limits. No guild would have the finances, even if they were the largest and most corrupt, the Antiboth. How could they compete with state-sponsored endorsement of Argus? We learn any and everything any thief in any other guild would at our training house. We may have to face off against someone from another guild, and it would be embarrassing if we couldn't hold our own. It's, again, how we apply these skills that differs from non-Both guilds. While I'm interrupting my own thoughts, isn't it interesting? Fighters love their mead and ale, and whatever other local or foreign drinks are available, as long as the brew is alcoholic. And then they often drink until either blackout or complete loss of control of functioning. No one ever comes down on them, no matter how many times they get you kicked out of taverns. The night just became an adventure. But if I'm late by 5 minutes because I'm getting over a milk detox, 5 minutes, and suddenly I'm the typical unreliable pest head. Even when you stay sober the entire quest, there's no, sorry I misjudged you, but I was understandably worried. Nothing. Just, thank you for your help. I'll contact you if I ever need your services again, and I'll recommend, almost said my name, you to anyone who might need your talents. Of course, if they had said that to me, it would be while watching me drop Pesset or through an exhale of a ton of Kel smoke. Once the quest is done, I'm on my time. Where were we? Yes. Althan had let me believe I tricked him into staying. Truth is, there's nowhere to make the money he was making in Argus, and I made sure to hit every size town to give him a full taste of Unia, to see what I already knew when I laid eyes on Argus. Honestly, I think the only reason he objected now was the sewer issue of a home we lived in. Let's be clear, this was some form of operator's home, sewer adjacent. We did not live in human waste. Even during flood seasons, the air only got damp until we sealed all of the cracks around the third flood, And I wouldn't say that the smell wasn't another reason for sealing things better. The cost to live in a town like Argus, it was a small fortune every month, even with no rent. It's the taxes. There's no real need for money in Argus if you're a true citizen. Bizarre, yes? The richest town has no real need of money. You pay your taxes and everything is free. Healers and learning clerics tend to the weak and infirmed. Residents can get flop rooms and meals for the night with valid residency proof. Why not just buy everything outright and not be a citizen? A tourist town? How expensive is food and entertainment in a tourist trap? Even Near Dock wasn't cheap for visitors, but if you pay your taxes, even monthly instead of yearly, helps keep up the look that we're gonna leave any day now, Alton. Was cheaper than just not participating in citizenry at all. The monthly residency proof had its evidences against forgery, but true residency documentation, the yearly and permanent residency proofs were genius. It was an official size square of leather, crafted by the finest tanners in Argus. The whole family has made their way in this vast city doing nothing but for generations, crafting better and better techniques to help make the leather more and more unique. The size was set by their family's patron's hand-size mold for the official width and length of yearly residency papers. They used his foot size for landowning residency proof. Owning land was the only way to achieve permanent residency in Argus. A citizen in Argon pays their hefty annual taxes and gets their residency identification for the year. 30 winters after enchantment was banned on Unia, Argus paid for one exception, the residency proof. Small, simple, and no threat to the world at large, but a great asset to Argus, worth every crown spent quelling any dissensions. A smith of great talent created the actual tool of pure silver, capable of indenting one's name and age into the leather with multiple rows of interchangeable print tiles, allowing for up to 3 lines of text. Name, birth date, and guild affiliation, if any. It was then enchanted so that, with a strike to engrave the identification slip of leather, it seals the proof in a thin, unbreakable seal that gives off a gorgeous sheen when bent in the light. Identity and age can be confirmed by a higher-level cleric called a truth-seer. It was completely impossible to forge. A truth-seer and a fighter guard at every door of importance. You may fool your Morrington friends who have never seen a real one when you soak a bit of leather in oil, but nothing matches that shine. That residency card gets you food, health, guild dues, and pretty much anything else you need, except land and homes. Even large plots of land outside of Argus remain underdeveloped. The reason why there is a forlorn forest, it's not because people don't want to build there, it's just too expensive. Rumor from the First Era has it that Shuna Mazine was going to buy the forest and begin building fortifications to make sure that mankind could not trespass further inland. Back when Argus was the only major city of men and only crossed the Resson River. Now there are 3 cities of men, but buying the forlorn forest wouldn't have stopped that, as explorers ventured to every corner of Unia from Argus before Shuna was even born. The now Northic men, of course, moved north, specifically their capital of Milta, and made their own rules and traditions. They were silently settling the north before Shuna even tamed the Underwoods, which I still long to see with my own shadowy eye someday. A fellow half-elf, back long before, well, it's not love now, but they won't possibly kill you for interbreeding the way they did back then. Shit. Looking at it like that, I think that's why the slurs and insults don't bother me. Now I think of it, honestly, it's probably why Alton gets more hires. We're not that much differently skilled. The last major human settlement is Galton. It was far west, long past the inland sea. It was the hope of some former Argons to create their own Argus where they are the rich. Argus began as a gold mining town early in the First Era, and they are still mining and producing to this day. Galton's plan was to use his father's fame and inherited fortune to find something out west that was needed back east. He didn't fail. He found iron. And the location of Galton to the current dwarven great city, Bethrin, allows them to single-handedly control the ore market among men. Elves are allowed to deal directly with the dwarves thanks to treaties signed while Shuna was still alive. Newer contracts allow Galton to buy the rest of the ore first, and any unpurchased leftover Galton didn't want can be sold to anyone. However, often the dwarves just throw the extras in to save any extra trips, a trick humans have used to abuse the dwarves' trusting nature just to get a slightly better deal on several occasions. To be completely fair, the dwarves were just selling off the remains of their mountain-built monuments, no more valuable to them than the dust cleansed off the ore, aside from its value to those outside of the mountains. The dwarves had begun manufacturing an alloy that they invented called Mornith, designed solely to be stronger than Elvish Tenge. Tenge is much lighter, and the decision was made not out of anger or fear, but from sheer strategy. They had already been producing the Tenge alloy for decades for the elves, per their specifications. The elves could have made the mixture themselves, but to them, joining the metals was the hardest part of the whole endeavor. Once it was in the form of ingots, it could be made into anything at any elvish forge. It was about the time that a bit of elvish weaponry ended up in the markets of humans that dwarves began to think more. Just the idea of humans getting their hands on elvish weapons by being found, stolen, taken from the dead body of an elf, whatever it was, the decision was made quickly when some dwarf pointed out these possibilities, followed by a demonstration of the strength and lightness of Tenge. And instinctually, the dwarves soon had already drawn up a counter-alloy, and thus the dwarves created Mornith. Purposefully heavier to make it harder for elves to use, it was also an alloy that breaks Tenge fairly easily. And due to dwarves' natural shorter stature, it couldn't be worn by humans, even if it fit. The weight made it where humans could not wear it, at least anything besides a strong fighter or cleric. It simply could not be worn by the slight frames of the elves. Not a worry, but a problem solved before one could even start. Dane or High or Wood Elf. Not everyone knows everything about elves, and I don't want to presume. My mother was Teln. She took me to the shores of Creed, in the vastness of Therawil, when I was about 5 winters. It was for her trial, which would result in her banishment for breeding with the enemy. I was demanded present as proof of her guilt, and thus ensuring her banishment. Her family supported her and offered to help with me if it was needed. She never accepted, nor even came close to returning to this entire continent, and once beacon of hope for Unia. But now a stern slap in the face that rule-breaking, even for love, will not be tolerated. And my mother was not going to be treated like some child. She was 106 winters when she met my father. She would have outlived him, but her 3 children would have probably seen her leave the world. Now it's just me. To the Teln, humans were nothing short of the destruction of Unia. To my mother, everyone was who they are, and we're all here, just playing our parts. She hadn't even been to the shores of Creed in over a decade. It would be like asking a customer not to eat at a restaurant they hadn't eaten at in years and had no plans to eat at again. That was my first time seeing a Tessel tree, an enormous breed of tree that housed all the villages of wood elves once scattered around Unia, and now mainly huddled under the protection of the forest canopy and of the town elves' largest city, Therawil. Enormous trees, beautifully and softly lit at night. Some say the Tessels were planted and possibly created by the elves themselves, which would mean some of these trees date back to the First Era, if true, which would somewhat explain the size. We stayed long enough after the trial for my mother to show me the light spell contained inside an enchanted box. The way it was carved with precision into the largest tree in the forest. The magic radiated through the root and branch, and contagiously spread from tree to tree, meeting resistance only at the Tessel cones. bunches of seeds for new trees, and causing them to give off a dim, warm light. The nights were navigable without being painful on the eyes. Comparing that light to Argus's, this was far more gentle. Argus just severed the night like a sharpened knife wielded without care. Thuriel seemed more worried that someone might be sleeping even if I'm not. One of my biggest shames was that I wasn't born part Dane like Shunamazine, though I wouldn't want the blonde hair. Faja has come to accept mixed bloods, the way that the decision that created the Underwoods turned on them. They would have been better keeping Shuna close, not making a dreamer a wealthy king. He dealt with the dwarves personally. He was almost buried at the peak of the hollow mountain besides Talbot. His tales were so legendary that it revived the fable, now truth, of King Talbot and Temra, the unbreakable axe. He brokered a temporary peace between man, elves, and dwarves. He ruled the Underwoods for over 300 years, dying at nearly 350 winters, far longer than any half-elf before, by nearly 100 winters, and even outliving more than a few full-blood Dane contemporaries which he grew up with. His existence gave clear passage to many half-race children alive today, myself included, and the ability for Unia to accept that as just what love is. Unexpected, a little different, destined to be here, no matter the obstacles.
How are we doing, people? Huh? I'm still here. You are still the one. We're still having fun. Still the one. Fuck is my hash bar? Yeah, I know, I don't want to ride the way, but my channel, my show, do what I want to do. Time is at 12:54. Nice. So I'm gonna go ahead and head out now, and waiting on the train. Just waiting on the train. What are we doing? What are you doing today? Anything new? The same old shit. Just something new. Guys, have a great night, and thank you for tuning in. There's no one left. It's alright. What happens with... I'll clean up everything.